Good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's proceedings of the Senate on this 15th day of October 2019. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. The broadcast is available on Senate TV as well as YouTube. This afternoon, the senators will be debating the Registration of Persons Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2019. This bill has been drafted by the Senator Dr. Isaac Mwaura, and it is debate for the second reading. The Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2019 is also in the order of business this afternoon for the second reading, and this bill has been drafted by the Senator Beatrice Kwamboka. There is a motion by the Chairperson Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investment, and the motion is on the adoption of a report of the Sessional Committee on accounts of county executives for financial year 2013-2014. And these county executives include Nandi, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Laikipia, Machakos County, West Pokot, Tharaka Nithi, Siaya County, Embu, and Nairobi City County. This is for the financial year 2013-2014. That is between 1st July of 2013 and 30th June of 2014. The report was laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 9th October 2019. Also in the order of business this afternoon is another motion by the Chairperson Sessional Committee on Public Accounts and Investments. That is a second motion by the chair of that committee, and it is on the adoption of report of that committee on accounts of county governments for financial year 2014-2015. Senator Rose Nyamunga has a motion in the order of business this afternoon as well, and it is on the engagement of community health workers by county governments. They're aware that county health facilities and the promotion of primary health care are devolved functions, and each county government is striving to offer the best health care to the people of Kenya, cognizant that the provision of healthcare services is continuously riddled with numerous challenges ranging from understaffing of personnel to inadequate facilities and equipment, resulting in congestion in hospitals, further restricting effective service delivery. Noting that every Kenyan has a right to affordable and accessible health care, and the president has launched a pilot universal health care program called Afya Care that will see many Kenyans access improved health care. The senator is concerned that the diverse nature of counties and wanting infrastructural development is compromising the quality and accessibility of health centers, especially during emergency situations, resulting in the loss of many lives occasioned by the failure by patients to reach health facilities in time. She is further concerned that in each county there are numerous unemployed community health workers who are adept at working with communities in emergency situations and have the requisite experience to support the medical practitioners in Kenya, where according to the World Health Organization 2014 report, there are 2 doctors for every 10,000 people. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the Council of Governors, in partnership with the Ministry of Health, develop a policy for the training, certification, and employment of community health workers to enhance the emergency health service delivery in counties, and also facilitate the said community health workers with the necessary basic equipment for use during emergency cases. That is a motion by Senator Rose Nyamunga. Senator Beatrice Kwamboka also has a motion in the order of business this afternoon, and it's on free administration of the snake bite anti-venom in public health facilities. That aware that there is an abundance of snakes in various parts of the country, namely Kitui, Baringo, Wajir, Kajiado, Embu, and Tana River counties, among others, which poses a high mortality rate of snake bites across these counties, and further aware that all patients bitten by snakes should be assessed by medically trained staff to determine the species responsible, the amount of venom injected, and the variable time cause for development of signs requiring that patients be kept under observation for at least 24 hours. The senator will be moving a motion to ensure that these patients are well taken care of and can receive the medical attention required at their nearest health care centers.
Tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Order members, you'll see from your screens that supplementary order paper has been posted just now and hard copies will be circulated shortly. I'll also be making another communication a little later on once it's ready. So we can move to the next order for the time being.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion.
Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, Senator for Kericho County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to give notice of the following motion. Commendation of Eliud Kipchoge and other Kenyan athletes for their outstanding performance. Aware that marathon world record holder Eliud Kipchoge wrote his name into history books by becoming the first man to run a marathon in under 2 hours on Saturday, the 12th of October 2019 in Vienna, Austria. Further aware that Brigid Kosgei broke the 16-year marathon world record for women to become new women's marathon world record holder during the Chicago Marathon held on the 13th of October 2019. Recalling the stellar performance by the Kenyan athletes team that participated in the just concluded IAAF World Athletics Championship held in Doha, Qatar from 27 September to 6th October 2019, where the team won 5 gold medals, 2 silver and 4 bronze, and emerged in the second position out of 206 participating countries. Cognizant that Kenya has earned international respect in athletics over the years, courtesy of hard work and stellar performance by our athletes in both on and off-field events, which has brought us together as a country and encourage cohesion in line with national anthem. Now, therefore, the Senate commends 1A, Mr. Eliud Kipchoge for his history-defining feat on achieving 159 target to run a full marathon. B, Ms. Brigid Kosgei for her excellent performance in the Chicago Marathon and specifically for breaking the women's marathon world record. And C, the Kenyan athletics team that participated in the IAAF World Athletics Championship held in Doha, Qatar from 27th September to 6th October 2019 for their stellar performance.
Very well. Majority Leader, I think you have a notice of motion, but when it's ready, I can indulge you. Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
Order, Senators, for the convenience of the House, I will reorganize the business under statements today. And therefore, for the time being, we will I'll grant the opportunity to some of the items under statements and others a little later. So for now, I'll give the floor to Senator Alice Milgo. Are you ready? Under 47.1. Are you ready to move, to proceed? Okay. You're making a statement under 47.1 on the dangers posed by abandoned and disused excavated pits. Is that true? Is that so? Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I wish to give a statement on adoption of conservation agriculture in the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 48.1, I rise to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries concerning adoption of conservation agriculture in the country. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state measures put by the government to come up with a policy on conservation agriculture. 2, state whether the policy will be ready for implementation. And 3, explain how conservation agriculture can be mainstreamed into the existing policies on agriculture ahead of policy formulation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
Thank you. The next one, Senator Argura, Marsabit County. Proceed one by one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1. First one is on, yes, that's it.
Proceed, Senator Argura. We don't have much time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 48-1, I rise to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources regarding the completion of Badasa Dam in Marsabit County. In the statement, the committee should give a status report on the Badasa Dam explaining the amount of monies allocated to the project, the amount used so far, the date when the project started, and further explain the status of completion. Mr. Speaker, the committee should also explain why the construction of the dam has stalled and the measures that the government has put in place to address the causes of delay in the implementation of the project. Lastly, the committee should state the financial year in which the government plans to allocate the funds for the completion of the project.
Very well. Committee to note. Next statement. Request.
Mr.
Senator
Speaker,
Argura.
pursuant to Standing Order 48-1, I rise to seek statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the utilization of Equalization Fund established under Article 204 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010.
Senator Kajwang, approach the chair.
In the statement,
when you finish
the
with the
committee should
salutations.
indicate the amount of money that has been allocated to the fund since its inception, giving an annual breakdown vis-a-vis the amount approved by the appropriations bills enacted by Parliament. 2, the committee should explain the mechanism that the national government has put in place to enable the utilization of the funds, either directly or indirectly, in the counties with marginalized communities. 3, the committee should provide a report on how the funds have been utilized to date, indicating the approved projects per county, the amount of monies allocated to each project, and the status of implementation of each project and the expected date of completion. And lastly, the committee should explain the measures that the national government has put in place to ensure that the fund is utilized for the intended purpose, taking into account that it has a timeline of 20 years from which date, from the date of promulgation of the Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator George Haniri, Senator for Vihiga County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 47, paragraph 1, to make a statement on a general topical issue concerning the inhumane evictions of families in Chepturo Village, Kiptuyo Ward, Chesumei Sub-County of Nandi County. Mr. Speaker, the incident which happened in Nandi County from the night of Wednesday, 9th October 2019 to the morning of Thursday, 10th October 2019 was very unfortunate and inhuman, just to say the least. Mr. Speaker, more than 2,000 people, both young and old, were treated to the greatest terror of their lives. People's homes, churches, schools were brought down by bulldozers under the watchful eyes of the Kenya Police Service. Properties and livelihoods were destroyed in the name of enforcing a court order. Mr. Speaker, I condemn this inhuman act in the strongest terms and demand that the perpetrators at least apologize to the affected families. Mr. Speaker, most of those evicted have known only this place as their homes from birth. Some are the third and fourth generation on the land. These people have buried their dead on this particular land. Some have used their life savings to buy land and build homes in this place. Others sold their land in different areas to come and buy this land. Then in a split of a second, all this is gone. Mr. Speaker, where will they start from? These are Kenyans, and the government is obligated to protect them and their rights. It is an open secret that this particular contentious piece of land has been a matter before the courts for a very long time. The contested land case, registered as Sami Kiprotich and Clement Langat against Pius Kiaga and 57 others, has dragged in the courts for over 40 years, given the complexity and the large number of people involved. Even though the court made its verdict numerous times before, the number of people involved and the magnitude of the disfranchisement of implementing the orders necessitated for an amicable and consultative solution involving both national and county governments. Mr. Speaker, the governor of Nandi County, through a statement, confirmed that his administration and the national government were aware of the matter and were working towards a permanent solution that would have served justice for both the original and the current owners of the land. The available options were to either find an alternative piece of land to resettle the current occupants of the land or compensate the original owners who had filed the case in court. However, in actual sense, the only viable option was to compensate the original claimants of the land, since the intrigues could not, sorry, Mr. Speaker. However, in actual sense, the only viable option was to compensate the original claimants of the land, since the intrigues could not be solved any other way. It is very unfortunate that the same government that was solving the issue by one arm used the other arm to visit terror on these helpless families. Mr. Speaker, these families have school-going children, some expected to sit for their national examination in less than 2 weeks. The families have now been left homeless and destitute. More than 2,000 people forced to live on the roadside in tents in this cold, rainy season is extremely disturbing. Mr. Speaker, this is very wrong. It is unfortunate that some political leaders have taken up the plight of the poor, suffering people to create politics. This very serious matter has been turned into a topic for name-calling, incitement, and abuse, with no clear solution being pursued. The most obvious thing that the affected families need the most at this time is encouragement from a united leadership, regardless of political affiliation, that honestly and urgently pursues solution for them. With all the talk, the families are still in the cold. We should avoid the temptation of trivializing this issue to be a case of ethnic concern and polarized communities that coexist interdependently and peacefully. The government should immediately provide the necessary humanitarian aid and health care for the evicted families to prevent more suffering and outbreak of diseases. Mr. Speaker, since independence, the issue surrounding the ownership of land has been very sensitive. Our forefathers fought for independence mainly because of the land grievances.
Order, Senator Wamatangi.
Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that as a country, we have not handled the land issues conclusively more than 50 years on. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 envisaged solving the land issues by defining in Chapter 5 on land and environment and the creation of National Land Commission, NLC, as one of the constitutional commissions. But have Kenyans lived to enjoy these gains? Mr. Speaker, certainly not. Up to now, the National Lands Commission and the Ministry of Lands have not made attempts to visit the affected community. This House needs to call these institutions to action. The second group of commissioners to the NLC should be reminded that Kenyans are watching and are expectant of their service. While the first commission concentrated on land compensation and alleged corruption, which are subjects of court, in court now, because that is where the money is, the new commission should remain true to their mandate. The government has been digitizing land records and issuing title deeds. The ministry needs to provide a report on the success of this. To date, Mr. Speaker, land buying cooperatives and companies swindle and deny their members land, and the perpetrators go unpunished. Mr. Speaker, the land in question is very sensitive and a ticking time bomb. Over the years, Kenya has experienced violent intercommunity clashes because of unsolved land issues. Most communities that share a boundary are always fighting, though in this case of politics, it is because of land. It doesn't need any special knowledge to connect every other post-election violence in Kenya with evictions of one community by the other. It is a fact that majority of Kenyans occupy land on the strength of allotment letters and sale agreements. Most families have not done succession of land, and this confusion needs to be corrected. The National Lands Commission and the Ministry of Lands should streamline the process of acquiring title deeds and remove corrupt officials from their offices. We need to agree that the leadership that came before us never conclusively solved the land dilemma since independence, but we need a solution urgently. We are moving closer to the general election of 2022, and if we are not careful, the current small fires of land will develop into an inferno that will consume all of us. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
What are you moving? Order, Senator Kaniri.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the correction. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Kaniri. I know you are very particular with processes and procedures. Very well. Senators, we have a very busy afternoon today, so we'll not be able to talk all of us on everything. So I'll allow very few senators to make some comments and observations before we go to the next statement. Senator Wetangula. Order, Majority Leader. Order, Senator Malala. Order.
I want to commend Senator Khaniri for bringing this statement. Mr. Speaker, what happened in Chepturo village in Nandi last week is a matter of national shame. Mr. Speaker, the office of the governor of Nandi, our former colleague in this house in the last Senate, has issued a disclaimer that they had nothing to do with the brutality that was meted on the people in that village. Mr. Speaker, this matter was dealt with by the current Minister for Lands, Madame Farida Karonei. She visited the farm and gave two very clear legal options. She said the national government was going to resolve this issue, one, by giving the claimants of the original land an alternative land, or compensate the families living on this land by allocating them each double the land they hold. They're smallholders of 2-3 acres. Each double the land they hold elsewhere, if this land was to be left to the family that had sold to these people. But Mr. Speaker, what we saw last week is an abuse of state resources, a crude display of raw authority, tractors, shovels, bulldozers, Mr. Speaker, dozing down people's homes. And you are not talking of homes you find in Muthaiga and Karen and wherever. These are people with very humble livings, Mr. Speaker. Grass-thatched houses, some houses covered with split tins, of iron for people to live in. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you saw one man who had exhumed his father's grave and taken out the skull that could only be found there and said, I will not live here without carrying the remains of my father with me. That is what these people have been visited to, Mr. Speaker. Somebody must take responsibility. Mr. Speaker, this Jubilee government cannot be telling
Order,
Kenyans.
members, consulting low tones. Consulting low tones, members.
This Jubilee government cannot be telling Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, that they want to provide decent housing to people when they are demolishing even the little that people have, Mr. Speaker. In an inexplicable circumstances. Because, Mr. Speaker, how do you explain, you are a lawyer like me, Senator Orengo, senior counsel, I don't know where he is. How do you explain a case staying in court from 1979 to date? It's a terrible indictment to the judiciary, Mr. Speaker. And the judge who issued, or the registrar who certified the eviction order, must have looked at the history of this case. From 1979, 40 years, people living in court to fight over land, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even the doctrine of adverse possession, I know it's uninterrupted, but it could apply here. I'm sure even the people who are fighting to recover this land from these families are not the people who sold the land to the families that are being evicted. And I agree with Governor Sang, Mr. Speaker, that this is not a moment to inflame ethnic passions. This is not a moment to go to the scene of crime and start asking where so-and-so is. We can solve these problems without going to the scene, Mr. Speaker. And I want to urge the leader of majority who is sitting here and appear to be agreeing with what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that he should take up this matter. We have seen brutal evictions in the Mau. We have seen brutal evictions in many parts of the country. And now we are being visited to an area that is not even a gazetted forest. It is not an area where you are protecting a water catchment area. It's an area where somebody sitting in an office in Nairobi exercising raw power and raw authority just thinks that he can unleash terror on innocent, ordinary people in this country. We must condemn this as a House, Mr. Speaker, in the strongest terms possible and urge Kenyans that we have lost enough lives through ethnic passions. In Chepsonoi in 88, in Kapkangani in 93, Mr. Speaker, in Mount Elgon, in Trans Nzoia, in many places, including Eldoret. This is the time to heal this country. And anybody in public office who is running contrary to the spirit of healing this country, of the ethnic fault lines that we have created through bad politics, must be condemned and must be driven out of office if found culpable, Mr. Speaker. I sympathize with the families. I want to urge the government, Mr. Speaker, as I finish, that the majority leader must take it upon himself on behalf of this House to urge the national government to compensate the families adequately, provide immediate housing, make sure the children go and sit exams, and make sure they are given protection from these marauding state agencies that have got no feelings about how Kenyans should live, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wetangula. Now, we are constrained for time, so I allowed a little more time on the maker of the statement and Senator Wetangula for geographical reasons. Being a leader of and elected in the area where some of the people who are affected come from. Now, Senator Cheruiyot and any other speaker who might be lucky to get an opportunity, not more than 3 minutes. Give Senator Cheruiyot the microphone.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm guided by your ruling, though Kericho is a bit closer to Nandi than Bungoma, so maybe you'd give me slightly more time than Senator Wetangula. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, this is a very sad issue. And watching the cries over the weekend of these very innocent Kenyans who state agencies decided to visit misery and a lot of pain on them on that particular cold Saturday morning was not only heart-wrenching but disappointing to me as a leader, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the most disappointing bit was when I watched, I think that was the OCPD or the OCS of the immediate police station next to that particular place, saying we came here at 3 a.m. to enforce a court order. Which government officer...
Order, let's listen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Which government enforces court orders at 3 a.m. in the morning? Mr. Speaker, I have said times without number in this Senate that we have vetted many officers. We have given approval as Parliament to many civil servants, but there is none that I regret giving my thumb of approval than the current Inspector General of Police, Mr. Speaker. Because what he has allowed our police service to become is not the promises that he made before this house when he was being vetted, Mr. Speaker. That now you have officers running amok across the entire country, beating up people, engaged in acts of criminal activities, and doing the kind of destruction that we saw visited upon these innocent Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, and not even have the shame, courageously standing in front of a camera and narrating how they are evicting people and saying that, oh, all you are doing is enforcing a court order, Mr. Speaker. That tells you that something is completely wrong with the people who are manning our state security agencies, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would wish to urge that though it is not one of the requests that the presenter of this statement has made before you, that given the sensitivity of this nature, Mr. Speaker, and also given that forceful evictions seem to have become the order of the day with this current administration, Mr. Speaker, I'd wish to request you that you perhaps delegate or charge the committee charged with human rights, the ones that oversight, Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights, to look into this particular issue and that of any other forceful eviction that the police are using the power of the gun to visit all kind of pain and agony on innocent Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, it is also important that our colleagues, it is only on Thursday last week that I was speaking to my colleagues, and two of them are here, but because of debate, I do not want to anticipate who they are, Mr. Speaker, that I reminded them that do not celebrate when any innocent Kenyan is being forcefully evicted by police, because you never know when the same will be feasted upon you. And it was so ironic that less than 24 hours later, I saw one of them in a press conference, Mr. Speaker. You know, and it tells you, and it serves to remind us that as a people, let us always stand up for what is right. It doesn't matter how much it suits our political narrative for the moment, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge with all utmost humility that do not allow this issue to rest just at the level of a statement. Please charge the Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights. And fortunately, it is chaired by the senator of that particular region where this incident took place, to look into this issue, summon the IG, let him come and explain to this house who is it that gave him the powers to go and visit the kind of pain and agony that is being visited upon these residents. The same is happening in the Mau, Mr. Speaker, that we have said that as we sit here in the Senate in a well-conditioned Senate like this, Kenyans, women are being raped, people are being dispossessed of their property, yet we are just seated here.
Thank you, Senator Chariot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Make the observations very brief. Senator Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you. I rise to support the statement by Senator Haniri. The issue of land is something which is very emotive, and I think this House ought to come up with a better way of ensuring that our Kenyans, wherever they live, don't suffer. Mr. Speaker, sir, the challenge of title deeds is something which we know very well within the Maasai communities. We live in big chunks of lands, which later on we come and realize that the lands are registered to other people. So I think the Ministry of Lands and the NLC should move away from this business of compensation and look at the issue of true ownership of land. Buying land, Mr. Speaker, sir, through cooperatives, where you are just assigned a number, is something which is very, very dangerous. So I hope that, Mr. Speaker, sir, this statement can be tasked to the Committee of Lands to be able to investigate the circumstances that led to government machinery being used to be able to evict people through a private court order. Mr. Speaker, sir, this country is a country where when you have money, you can be able to buy the entire government. Because when I sit here and I listen to Senator Haneri talking about government bulldozers being used, if I go to court and I seek orders, I don't think the government will be able to give me their own machineries, their bulldozers, for me to be able to evict people who have encroached into my land. So I think this is a matter which the NLC, the Ministry of Lands, and also the judiciary has got to really investigate. Because from what I hear is that this matter had been dealt with from a different court. The matter was lost in that court, and then it was taken to another court, and now in that court, I don't know how the facts changed, and all of a sudden, new orders are given. Mr. Speaker, sir, this issue, forum shopping, is something which will destroy this country completely. So I think for the interest of the people of Kenya in general, I think this House has now got to rise to the occasion and address this issue of land in a way that Kenyans who buy land can be able to be taken through the entire due process of law before they're actually allowed to occupy that parcel of land. Because in an issue where grandchildren come in and the title deeds were never transferred to the people who supposedly bought these pieces of land, it becomes very challenging. Because even for me, Mr. Speaker, sir, I see a situation where, and I'm finalizing, Mr. Speaker, sir,
please do,
where
please do.
We have people who have come into and encroached into our lands. They say they bought the lands. They never got the title deeds. And then all of a sudden, a court grants the owners of the land, and these people have lived there for 40 years. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would plead that you assign this matter to the Committee on Lands, and really, when they are looking at it,
yes,
this House should think about either pronouncing itself through a motion or come up with a legislation that can be able to look into these matters. Otherwise, Kenyans will continue to suffer. I support.
Thank you. Order, senators. Senator Malala, I will give you 2 minutes because I want to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support this statement. First, because I managed to go to the ground and witnessed what was going on. I want to report here that it's a very sad state, Mr. Speaker. Poor people are suffering. Children are shivering in the cold. There's no food, no shelter. There's a lot of diseases which are now coming in, Mr. Speaker, and therefore it is important as a leadership we look into this matter more seriously. But, Mr. Speaker, what surprises me is that the government, through the CS of Lands, visited this place and made a commitment that they were going to sort out this matter amicably. Paradoxically, Mr. Speaker, the same government, through the IG, sent police officers to supervise evictions, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, it is sad. We need to put the government to task to explain to us what is their position in this matter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to agree with my leader and my father in politics, Senator Wetangula, on so many issues that he has said, apart from one issue, whereby he alluded that leaders are not supposed to go there physically. That matter can only be sorted out here in Nairobi. I want to say, Mr. Speaker,
what is it, Senator
that
Wetangula?
it is important.
What is it, Senator Wetangula?
My distinguished colleague and son from Kakamega didn't get me right. I said some leaders went there, but others don't have to go there to be part of the solution. I never said that it was wrong for anybody to go there. In fact, he walked in, I think, when I was speaking, so he may have missed what I said.
Yes, Senator Malala.
Well guided, Mr. Speaker. I want to challenge and urge my father in politics, Senator Wetangula, to visit the place because he's the leader of that region.
You can advise him
because,
later.
Yes.
Time is up.
Okay.
Time is up.
I haven't started.
30 seconds. Time is up, Senator
It's
Malala.
it's not fair.
Order, Senator,
it's not fair.
Senator Malala.
It's not fair.
Please wind up your comments.
I've started.
Order.
How do I wind up?
Resume your seat. Resume your seat.
That's not fair.
Leader of Majority.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to congratulate Senator George Kaniri because, Mr. Speaker, he has demonstrated a high level of maturity in the manner in which he has addressed himself to this matter. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, Senator Kaniri, and I wish he can listen to me, Mr. Speaker, is being distracted by the Senator of Kisumu. Senator Kaniri, Mr. Speaker, although he does not wish to hear our comments, Mr. Speaker, need to know one thing, that we appreciate him for demonstrating a high level of leadership in the manner in which you are addressing yourself to this matter. Number two, Mr. Speaker, as a person who has tremendous respect for all squatters in this republic, because I've been a squatter before, Mr. Speaker, it pains me to see what happened in Nandi County, in Jesumei constituency, to those people. It does not matter. There is no justification, whether it was private land or somebody held that land before, or that the courts made what decision. Mr. Speaker, government exists to take care of its own people, especially the vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the route that the Cabinet Secretary had taken, Mr. Speaker, was the correct route, because it's a way of finding solution. Mr. Speaker, we have been in this same position ourselves so many times when we speak about Embobut, when we speak about Mau, Mr. Speaker. Now this has happened in Nandi, Mr. Speaker. I think this House is the right place where we can find solutions, Mr. Speaker, to this problem. And I hope that the committee that you are going to commit this statement to will come back, will not just come back with an answer, but will visit the area, Mr. Speaker, to get solutions, Mr. Speaker.
What is it, Senator Malala?
Mr. Speaker, is it in order that some members in this House are treated differently with others? You've given me 30 seconds to contribute. You are giving other leaders more than 3 seconds to contribute. And yet this matter affects my people. It's unfair.
Proceed, Senator Murkomen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second last statement I'll say is that, Mr. Speaker, as leaders, we must demonstrate maturity, just like Senator Wetangula had said. Some of the comments that were being made by some leaders who call themselves leaders there, Mr. Speaker, that some leaders should not visit this corner, that some people must not do this, that we are going to do this to those who will visit this place. Mr. Speaker, we must behave. And Mr. Speaker, we must demonstrate that when we are above 18, we are actually above 18. This country, like Senator Wetangula said, has a history. We've come from a bad history. What we are trying to do is to ensure that we live as a united country. It does not matter whether someone is from Western or Nyanza or Coast. When any part of this country is paining, all of it is paining, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, to the Cabinet Secretary of Mr. Speaker, Interior, to the, Mr. Speaker, somebody called Natembea Regional Commissioner, who has been presiding over evictions from Mau to Nandi to every part of this country, Mr. Speaker, that the law will catch up with them someday. That, Mr. Speaker, they will answer for atrocities they are committing someday. And, Mr. Speaker, not as a few members of public, Mr. Speaker.
What is it, Senator Olekina?
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a house of records. And I just wanted to know whether it is in order for the majority leader to refer to a provincial commissioner as somebody called Natembea.
What is the standing order which has been breached?
Speaker, sir, we have government officials who are given titles, and I think it is in order to refer to them as in titles. Just like in this Senate, when you refer to a senator, you have to refer to him as Senator so-and-so.
Okay. Order, members. Let's not...
Mr. Speaker,
what is it, Senator Kinyo?
Mr. Speaker, the last time I checked, we don't have a provincial commissioner. I think he's regional commissioner if he's talking about the same person.
Very well. Let's not trivialize this very important matter.
Mr. Speaker,
about the rights of...
Mr. Speaker, with utmost and tremendous respect,
yes.
I want to tell my brother, Senator Ledamo Lekina, that, Mr. Speaker, he must not trivialize this issue. Mr. Speaker, if titles were important, those titles and positions should not have trampled upon the rights of innocent citizens in Nandi, Mr. Speaker. If those titles meant anything, Mr. Speaker, to this nation, children would not be sleeping out now without living in their own abode, Mr. Speaker. And I want to tell Senator Ledama, don't cry more than Jubilee legislators. You do not know what it means to run government. We who are even on the government side, Mr. Speaker, are more pained because we promised people that will protect their rights. And if there are people who are holding public offices, Mr. Speaker, and if there are people holding public offices to misuse it, Mr. Speaker, we will not stand and watch that kind of behavior.
And then after that, Senator Murkomen, you wind up.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm actually at a loss of word. Whether this matter has to do with Senator Lekina or people who have been evicted, who are suffering. I think there's no point of us digressing.
So
I
what
would
is
urge
the point of order?
the distinguished senator, majority leader, to deal with the matter and not turn it into a personal attack on my character.
Mr. Speaker, I want to tell Senator Lekina, if you invite yourself to a contest, you must be ready for the consequences. And so, Mr. Speaker, there are people who, by virtue of the handshake, are falling over themselves, Mr. Speaker, to worship government officials. We are saying, Mr. Speaker, we must, Mr. Speaker, ensure that accountability.
Order, members.
Accountability is a chief. I didn't say anybody's name. I didn't say anybody's name, Mr. Speaker.
Order, everybody. Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, I said order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Whoever has a chance to speak must speak through the chair. Don't speak to each other. Please wind up in 1 minute. And this, for me, from where I sit, this statement by Senator Haniri is so grave that we have no room to side issues and maneuvers.
So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the relevant committee will visit to the ground, Mr. Speaker, and come back with a report that, Mr. Speaker, will address this issue conclusively. Mr. Speaker, I also believe that the directions that are given by any committee of this House in summoning public officers who presided over that eviction, Mr. Speaker, would include halting, Mr. Speaker, a continuation of that eviction to ensure that our people get the necessary protection they deserve. And, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter if it was in my village in Embobut, or it is in Nandi, or, Mr. Speaker, it's in Kisumu. We must stand as a house of reason. Senator Malala can inform me in 3 seconds.
Order. What is it, Senator Malala? But please wind up, Majority Leader. You have taken a lot of time.
Yeah, I want to inform the Leader of Majority that today, the lawyer who is representing the evictees went to court. He was denied a stay order, and the police are threatening to come and fence off that place tomorrow. So I would like this House to move in with speed and save those people who have been evicted. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, that's a very useful information, I accept. And I want to add that even to that information, there were 10 orders sought to protect children in Mau, Mr. Speaker. And the court in Kitale, the court in Nakuru, the court in Narok, the court in Mombasa, and the court in Nairobi refused, Mr. Speaker, to give any orders to protect innocent children who are preparing for exam. There is something peculiar about the courts in the last few months. And, Mr. Speaker, I hope it is not the intimidation that has been visited upon judges, because orders even protecting innocent people like the ones in Nandi, Mr. Speaker, cannot be received. They cannot be issued. Mr. Speaker, this is something that is really grave. And Senator Orengo said something that is very important, and we must continue remembering. It's just less than a month ago that, Mr. Speaker, the things that break a country are small things, step by step. And soon, Mr. Speaker, we may find ourselves in the worst dictatorship we've ever seen if we are not careful to protect the interest of poor and young people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Order, members. I can see the level of interest is high. We don't have the time for more comments. What I'm going to do is to take cue from those who have spoken and say I agree that this is a very important matter touching on the livelihoods and lives of Kenyan citizens, families that are homeless and who have been evicted and do not seem to have a future. Therefore, I am going to direct 2 committees to be seized of this matter with a deadline of 10 days from today to bring a report. The Committee on Human Rights and Justice, because this is about evictions and human rights, and the Committee on Lands, because the Ministry of Lands had been seized of this matter and had made some positive pronouncements. The 2 committees, as they deal with this matter, should bring us a joint report with concrete recommendations. You've heard the sentiments of the senators, and I urge the senators who come from that region, Senator Malala, Senator Wetangula, Senator Haniri, to join the 2 committees as friends of the committee so that we have a wholesome resolution and recommendation of this matter. The 2 committees should endeavor to get, or rather to speak to the CS for Lands, the Attorney General, who is the custodian of the human rights and legal processes, and also the Interior Ministry, because the police were used in these evictions. It's so ordered. Thank you. And we have taken a lot of time on that particular item, and therefore I want to defer the other statements that are in the order paper to tomorrow. And I want us to, in application of Standing Order 40, I would like us to move right now to the item on the report of the CPAC committee, Public Accounts Committee, and that is in the supplementary order paper, order number 9. Order number 9. Meanwhile, the notice of motion given by Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, because of the topical nature of this matter, I direct that matter, that motion, be moved and debated at 4:30, from 4:30 p.m. today. Proceed, Senator Kajwang.
Order number 9, motion.
Senator Kajwang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion that the Senate adopts the report of the Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments on the inquiry into the financial operations of Nandi, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Laikipia, Machakos, West Pokot, Tharaka Nithi, Siaya, Embu, and Nairobi City County executives for financial year 2013-2014 from 1st July 2013 to 30th June 2014, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, the 9th of October 2019. Mr. Speaker, as I move this motion, it is important to bring to the attention of members of this august House that the Public Accounts and Investments Committee has been working round the clock to ensure that reports are brought to the House. The interesting departure from other parliaments within the Westminster, Mr. Speaker, is that if you go to a place like the House of Commons, the Public Accounts Committee, once it makes recommendations and pronounces itself, those recommendations are binding. They are actionable, and what remains is implementation. In our scenario, the Public Accounts Committee, being an agent of this House, is required to report back to this House, The House is required to debate on the report of the Public Accounts Committee, and the House is required to pronounce itself before implementation is undertaken. Mr. Speaker, this then increases the time taken from the point when the inquiries are held to the point when this House pronounces itself. In the first Senate, whose life lapsed in the year 2017, the Public Accounts Committee did a lot of hard work of bringing governors to account, of ensuring that governors came to the Senate to account for the funds that have been sent to them. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, in the last Parliament, this House was not able to adopt even a single report, despite the fact that on several occasions, reports were laid on the table of this House, despite the fact that the notices of motion were moved, but the House never got an opportunity to do the adoption. It is only in this Parliament that this House has adopted a few reports from the Public Accounts and Investments Committee. Mr. Speaker, I want to report to the House that so far, this House has adopted 7 reports of the Public Accounts and Investments Committee. In the month of June 2018, the House adopted the report for Kisii County, Homa Bay County, Kilifi County, Nakuru, Kajiado, Turkana, and Narok. That is a total of 7 reports that this House has adopted so far. The committee tabled 26 reports. And Mr. Speaker, the 26 reports have been informed by my clerks, are lying at the table office. And what needs to be done is for a notice of motion to be generated and brought to this House so that those 26 reports can be scheduled for debate. Today, we have 10 reports to adopt. And Mr. Speaker, in the financial year 2013-2014, it is important that we bring closure to it, because the key interest of members of this House and members of the public is not on post-mortem or is not investigations spanning 6 or 7 years backwards. Members are more interested in what the current governors are doing. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, members have pronounced themselves in the past that, for instance, in the case of Nairobi County, it might not be very value-adding to talk about what the previous governor did. It is more important to talk about what the current governor is doing, because in that manner, we are going to be more proactive. We are going to be more of physicians than morticians, that the case that has been there in the past. Mr. Speaker, the motion that I am moving contains 10 counties. And I want to urge that senators from those respective counties to be keen on the findings of the Public Accounts Committee, to be keen on the recommendations of the Public Accounts Committee. I do recall when this House adopted the 7 reports that I've mentioned earlier, this House was nearly empty. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes when we don't bring reports, there is pressure that we bring reports, and when we bring reports, there is very little enthusiasm. And that is why I wish to thank the chair for giving the committee a good prime time for us to move these issues and for us to deal with the issue of oversight, which really is a core business, one part of the core business of Senate. Mr. Speaker, in the report that is before the House, and members can access these reports on the iPads, because this particular report I'm talking about is about 210 pages, and there's another report that is 600 pages, but that will be moved in the next motion. The first county that we have covered there is Nandi County. And Mr. Speaker, some of the observations in Nandi County spent 7.7 million to hire graders without following due process. And we have recommended that the chief executive officer and the accounting officers be held responsible. Mr. Speaker, we have agreed and we have resolved as a Public Accounts Committee that where there is a violation of a law, where there is financial mispropriety, the governor, being the chief executive officer of a county, must be held jointly liable with the other accounting officers. Our understanding as a Public Accounts Committee is that the governor is not just the chief executive officer, is also the chief accounting officer. There are those governors who argue that because they do not do the day-to-day approval, they do not have authority to incur expenditure, they should therefore not be held liable. That, in our view, is not an accurate interpretation of the law. It is only the office of the governor that is described in the Constitution as chief executive officer, out of the state officers or out of those who are elected. In fact, even the president is not described as chief executive officer. But the governor is described as a chief executive officer, and if you go by the conventional managerial definition of that term, it means that that is where the buck stops. It is not enough for a governor to say that his procurement people did something wrong, they be dealt with, and he becomes an exception. In Nandi County, they spent another 5.6 million to plant trees. And Mr. Speaker, when the Auditor General went to Nandi, of the 5.6 million that was spent on tree planting, there were no records to show that the procurement procedures were complied with, and indeed there were no trees to be seen. And Mr. Speaker, the governors have been coming to us and blaming God for some of these things. So when they spend 5.6 million to plant trees, and there is no tree as evidence that that money was properly spent, they blame it on God. And they say that God did not send rain, and they say that God did not create the right environmental conditions for that particular year, and that is why the project failed. Another 10.9 million was spent on a trip by MCS to Uganda. And the Speaker, impress procedures were not followed. Another 8.13 million was spent on bursaries without procedures being followed. And Mr. Speaker, to make matters worse, revenue was collected from hospitals and spent at source. These findings and observations in Nandi County, they tend to cut across most of the counties. This is the reason why the Public Accounts and Investments Committee opted to bring to this House a fiduciary risks report. In our view, the risks identified in counties, some of them cut across each and every county. We felt that it would be important for Senate to frame the findings and to make recommendations, which then would be applied uniformly across all counties whenever these issues arose from counties. Mr. Speaker, the issue of interest management is a common finding in each and every county. The issue of procurement or flouting of procurement regulations is an issue in each and every county. And I want to
What
ask
is it,
members,
Senator Omanga?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry to actually interrupt my chairman. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to put your attention that this House, there is no one actually listening to what the chair of PAC is tabling. And yet, Chair and everyone...
Order. How do you know, Senator
No one
Omanga?
was listening. Everyone is there. They're talking to each other. They are in pairs. You can see they're in pairs talking to each other. Mr. Speaker, if you ask them which counties the chairman has tabled, they're actually not aware. And the chair, they're the same people who are complaining that the committee is not doing anything. And we are talking about their counties.
Point
Look
noted.
at the materiality,
Order,
which
members.
the amount of money the chairman
Point
is
noted.
talking
Let's
about.
pay attention.
Millions and millions of money.
Thank you, Senator Omanga. The point has been noted. Let the matter lie there. Chairperson, I request you to try and summarize. And the seconder, we are constrained because we have a lot of competing agenda today, which are equally important and urgent. Some of them are time-bound, as I'm going to communicate shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is it, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.?
Mr. Speaker, I would actually have preferred if Senator Omanga would have said that the reports that they have ably done are not here for us to read. So we are struggling to write notes. That's what she was, we're not supposed to hear, we're supposed to write notes. The last statement was 9.7 million shillings lost in Nandi.
The report be circulated?
Reports.
The reports be circulated. I hope they are available. What is it, Senator Wambua? Give Senator Wambua the microphone.
The Speaker, you had already ruled on the issue that I was raising a point of order on. But just because I am on the floor, Mr. Speaker, let me just say it. That the Speaker, there was a level of dishonesty on the part of the part of Senator Millicent, because she was accusing senators of consulting in pairs, and she actually walked straight from consulting with Senator Wamatangi and rushed there to make that statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, senators, let this matter lie there. Thank you. Senator Kajwang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to proceed and also to mention that the public do listen to the proceedings of the Senate. And sometimes we are not just talking to each other, we are talking to Kenyans. And I think it would be important for us to bear that in mind, that when we have a report having 10 counties, for example, if you're going to be talking about Nandi County in this House, I am sure that the people of Nandi will be very keen to hear what Senate has to say about some of the things that have happened in that county in the past. Mr. Speaker, the reports are on the iPads. This particular one is quite bulky. It's about 210 pages, and I invite members just to skim through and see the issues that we've captured in there. The second county that we have covered is Elgeyo-Marakwet County. Mr. Speaker, some of the issues that are sticking out, that the county government did a tender for construction of an office block, and it was valued at 19.9 million. And in their wisdom, they split it into 5. And we can only deduce that splitting it into 5 was meant to beat procurement regulations, which makes that kind of practice illegal. And not to be outdone, they went ahead and varied the contract by 42.6%. So, Speaker, the Public Procurement Disposals Act allows variations up to 25%. But this project, the cost was varied from 19.9 million to 28.4 million, a 42.6% variation. And the project was at 90% completion. So if you're at 90% and you've already varied by 42%, then there is another 10% remaining. Chances are that this project would have exceeded, would have gone even beyond 50% in terms of variation. In Elgeyo-Marakwet County, there are various items where the county spent without supplying supporting documents, and there has been a habit that governors will refuse to cooperate with auditors when they come to their counties, only for them to come with voluminous records and documents to present before the Senate. We have said it in the past, that the Senate does not have investigators. We don't have skills in forensics. This is a people's court. This is a court of pragmatists. And we have held, and we have put that in the fiduciary risk report, that in cases where the county could not justify expenditure when the auditors were on the ground, we propose that Section 62 of the Public Audit Act be applied. Section 62 says that any person who, without reasonable cause, refuses to provide documents to the Auditor General commits an offense and is liable upon conviction to jail term and a fine that is specified. The next county there, Mr. Speaker, is Baringo County. And Baringo County, again, the same story of outstanding interest. And sometimes we've been sitting down and asking ourselves why counties would have huge outstanding interest. In this parliament, Mr. Speaker, if you are given an interest, it will not take more than 3-4 days before a member is required to account for it. And unless we have got a perfect system in here, but counties have been holding interests for periods exceeding 6 months, and they feel nothing about it. Mr. Speaker, that is a clear violation of the Public Finance Management Act. We have seen in Baringo County budget weaknesses where there was a budget, but there was no evidence provided that public participation indeed took place. We have also seen cases where the county government did not provide documents to the Office of the Auditor General, only for them to present them before the Senate. There was also a case where more than 1 million shillings was spent on single-sourced services, particularly legal and hotel services. And, Mr. Speaker, legal fees is becoming a problem in most of our counties. You have situations where governors would refuse to come to the Senate, only for them to spend public funds to get lawyers to go and defend them in court and to explain why they should not be coming to Senate, when the easiest thing would be for them to come to Senate and they would spend much less. We have seen cases, Mr. Speaker, where county government officials refuse to pay legitimate legal fees, and sometimes it is a game. And then what happens is that the lawyers will go to court, they'll seek punitive orders, there'll be interest charged. There is one county where a legal fee of 16 million grew into 100 million because of what appeared to be complicity by county officials and those advocates. Moving forward to Laikipia County, Mr. Speaker, we had an interesting case where the county was not deducting withholding taxes, and that is a clear violation of the law. It has happened in many other counties. Counties deduct taxes. They deduct statutory dues like NHIF, NSSF, and income tax. But that money does not go to the recipients. This business of tax evasion and this crackdown that we are seeing KRA carrying out very aggressively on private citizens, I want to invite them to start with the government, and particularly government entities. In county governments, if you look from 2013 all the way to 2018, there will be cases where millions of shillings, tens of millions of shillings, have been deducted from poor employees, and those monies have not been sent to the respective destinations. Mr. Speaker, just the past weekend when I was in Homa Bay County, I was told that these counties, even things like NHIF, they are not remitting them to the respective insurance firms. And this has cost a lot of employees serious pain when they go to seek medical service, only to be told that their counties have not paid. Indeed, some employees have even been blacklisted in the credit reference bureaus because of non-remission of statutory deductions by the government entities. Mr. Speaker, in Laikipia County, the county government decided to appoint an auctioneer. This auctioneer, the job description was that every Thursday in Rumuruti, the auctioneer would go and sell goats, sheep, and cows on behalf of the county government. This auctioneer was paid 2.195 million. There was no contract, there was no justification, and in mitigation, the county said that this was an arrangement with the defunct local authority, which they felt that they needed to continue with. Mr. Speaker, these are some kind of crazy application of public funds that should not be allowed in an era of modern finance management. We also saw several irregularities in road projects, and we have duly recommended that the DCI and the EACC should carry out investigations with a view to holding to account those who are responsible for some of these interesting expenditure, like paying auctioneers millions of shillings to go and sell goats, sheep, and cows on their behalf at the Rumuruti market. And Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the chief executive officer and the accounting officers should both be held liable if it is established that public funds were lost in those adventures. Mr. Speaker, moving on to Machakos County. In Machakos, we realized that there were serious weaknesses in maintenance of cash books and bank reconciliations. And this means that you cannot use the cash books as a basis to describe all transactions carried out by the county. It simply means that you can't tell how cash was utilized in that county. Mr. Speaker, there was an unsurrendered interest of 46.9 million in Machakos County. Going forward, you will find reports of the adventure the county got into as far as purchase of assets was concerned. Machakos County bought 91 Nissan Tida model vehicles. These vehicles were supposed to be used by the police. Yet there was no memorandum of understanding with the ministry concerned. 219.4 million was spent on this venture. Within the context of the Intergovernmental Relations Act, it is possible for a county government to undertake a function that has been reserved for the national government. But there needs to be a memorandum of understanding. In this case, the county government did not provide memorandum of understanding. The country will recall the issue of the Subaru Outback that were bought by Machakos County, and also the ambulances that were bought by Machakos County, totaling to 145.3 million. We have made recommendations that the Directorate of Criminal Investigations and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission should undertake investigations into those procurement and to confirm whether they were done within the law. Mr. Speaker, there are 5 other counties that have been treated in that report. I might not have enough time to go through each and every county, but I just want to call upon the senators from the respective counties and senators generally to take an interest in those findings, because at the end of the day, we will be pronouncing ourselves. There is one area that we'll need to apply our minds to. We have made references to the Directorate of Criminal Investigation and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. The question is, should these two bodies be jointly involved in investigations? Where does the EACC start and where does the DCI stop? Mr. Speaker, it has become common nowadays because the DCI has made it a habit to use social media to do its work, it's become fashionable to refer issues to the DCI because they know how to sensationalize issues. They know how to sensationalize arrests, and they time those arrests very appropriately to cause maximum pain and suffering. We are not in this for cause of pain and cause of suffering. We are in this for justice. We are in this to ensure that in counties we put in place an effective public finance management system that can close the loopholes that we saw in the first financial years. So where we have made references to DCA and EACC, it is upon this House to advise whether we should let both bodies be seized of these matters, or we as a Senate should say that some of these issues of integrity and theft and graft that we are seeing in counties should be dealt with exclusively by the EACC. Mr. Speaker, let me also bring to the attention of the House that this being the first year of devolution, there were a lot of challenges. The controls were very weak. The Public Finance Management Act was in place, yes, but the regulations were still evolving. And Mr. Speaker, in terms of application of the PFM regulations, there was still a little bit of confusion. We saw some counties like West Pokot, some counties like Wajir, Marsabit, and Samburu, where there were serious human resource gaps. And when the governors came before us, they admitted. They said they didn't have the right people to be able to put in place a proper financial management system. In the first year, even the Public Procurement and Disposals Act had not been revamped to be in line with the new constitution and devolution structures. Indeed, the PPDA that we are applying now came into force in 2015, 1 or 2 years after this financial year. Yes, there was an act, but it had to be amended later on to take into account county governments. So there were serious legal gaps, there were serious capacity issues, yet there are those governors who were clever enough to take advantage of those gaps to pilfer. There were county government officials who took advantage of those gaps to do the things that they were not supposed to do. It is upon this House to look at that report, and I want to also tell the House that it is not too late to pass judgment. It is not too late for us to make a decision and determination on these issues. In Nigeria, the issues of prosecution of governors over corruption took a very long time. In fact, it is not too long ago that the first governors were convicted of abuse of office. And so, Mr. Speaker, 6-7 years down the line is not too late. I want to assure this House that the Public Accounts Committee is working round the clock. As we speak today, the clerks assigned to this committee are holed up in Naivasha to ensure that they document, they write the reports so that we can now spend more time discussing in this House the findings of the Public Accounts Committee rather than discussing in a closed room in Committee Room 5 with governors. We have even agreed that in the month of October, we shall hold our public hearings to ensure that all the reports from the hearings that we have held are brought to this House. Because there is no point in us having a conversation with ourselves for the entire year and not bringing those reports to this House. We have now started looking at issues from 2017-2018. One of my colleagues, Senator Matangi, calls it climbing the tree from the top. But sometimes it might be important for us to do that because we have seen cases where current governors come and blame former governors for all the bad things that could have happened in those counties. We want to hold the former governors to account and the current governors to account as well. Mr. Speaker, I want to allow time for members of the committee and members of the House to pronounce themselves and to guide the committee on these matters, but allow me to finalize with the issue of implementation. When I started making my presentation, I made it clear that 7 reports have already been adopted by this House for Kisii, Homa Bay, Kilifi, Nakuru, Kajiado, Turkana, and Narok. And these were adopted in the last session, in the year 2018. The expectation is that 3 months after the House adopts a report, within 3 months, the relevant accounting officers shall tell Parliament the measures that have been taken to implement the recommendations of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, without an implementation committee, we have no mechanism of tracking the implementation of these reports. We said that committees would do their own implementation. And I will be honest, having sat in that committee for the last 2 sessions, this is a conversation we have had around numbers and composition. Mr. Speaker, sometimes it is difficult for a committee to make recommendations and also to find time to follow up the implementation of those recommendations. We have seen 7 reports that have been adopted. We have 10 reports today. There are another 20 reports in the order paper. The Secretariat is working on another 30 reports where they are holed up in Naivasha. So, Speaker, we need to rethink the framework for implementation of recommendations of the Senate, because in those 7 counties, we made certain drastic suggestions on investigations, on prosecution, on public officers who are not fit to hold public office. If Senate is going to pronounce itself and nothing happens thereafter, Mr. Speaker, we will be seen to be a house that is acting in vain, and I do not believe that the people set up the Senate to be a house that is working in vain. Now that we have these reports, now that we are going to make a determination on them, let us also reflect on how we can ensure that the recommendations of this House are implemented. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move, and I will request a member of my committee, the Senator for Narok, to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. Senator Olekina. Order. Order. Order, members. Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to second the report tabled by my good chairman. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of fiduciary responsibility is a matter which is very important. And having spent a lot of time interrogating the Controller of Budget, the Auditor General report, we find that there are so many challenges in terms of the administrations in county governments. A lot of county administrators, in terms of the Treasury Department of county governments, have no idea about the correlation between the law and how they spend money. There are 3 pieces of legislation which I hope that every county government can be able to use as a Bible. One is the PFM Act. When we are looking at all these county government, Mr. Speaker, sir, although we didn't really spend a lot of time looking at 2013, 2014, because these are reports which had been considered by the previous committee, although we adapted them. Mr. Speaker, sir, when we looked at the violation of the PFM Act by most county governments, it really shocked us. The second piece of legislation, which was really being violated heavily, is the Public Audit Act, Mr. Speaker, sir. You will find that during the audit process, most governors have got no clue on how to go through the audit process. What the chair spoke about here, Mr. Speaker, sir, about governors coming in and bringing a lot of reports or documents to the Senate, while the Public Audit Act is very clear, I believe it's section 31, on the process of the audit. Before the Auditor General issues a management letter or the opinion, county governments are given 14 days to be able to find out where they have gone wrong, to be able to mitigate. But most county governments in 2013, 2014, Mr. Speaker, sir, received a disclaimer of opinion, which clearly meant that there was limitation of scope. County governments were not keeping records well. So on the issue of bookkeeping, it's something that this House, as the custodian or the House which defends devolution and protects the county government, should really emphasize and say those county governments must be able to improve on their record keeping. If you look at the issue of IFMIS, Mr. Speaker, sir, you will find that a lot of transactions from this county government were being carried out outside IFMIS. The other big problem is the accounting system used by the county governments. Most accounting governments use an accrual basis, but they actually, when you think about it practically, they are using an accrual system, although legally they can only use a cash-based system. This is why most county governments have got a lot of pending bills which should not actually be there. So as a House, when we are thinking about this matter, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have to figure out whether it will be proper for us to introduce a different IFMIS system or a different accounting system for the county governments, different from the national government. Because all these problems, we've seen a few improvements, Mr. Speaker, sir, in subsequent years. But the problem of doing postmortem is that there's really nothing we can do now, because you'll find that in most cases in the report of 2013-2014, there were issues of the deformed governments, the county governments. There were issues of records missing. There were issues of different accounting system being used. You will find that the bookkeeping kept, or rather the system of bookkeeping by the county government, was based on LIFOM. And now they are looking at a different system on IFMIS. So these were various challenges that I noted that this county government were facing. Needless to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, despite the fact that these county governments were facing these challenges, there was a clear misunderstanding of the roles of the governors. Some of them looked at themselves as mini gods, where they could spend the money as they wish and they didn't have to account to anyone. Mr. Speaker, sir, in some counties, you will find that a county government will have about 20 or 30 accounts. Yet the law is very clear on those accounts. All money collected has got to be put into the revenue account. So I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we progress to be able to improve on service delivery for the county governments, this House must now come up with proper legislation, amend the PFM Act, so that we can either adopt an accrual system of finance to help this county government. Because when we stand here and we lament, or we stand here and we complain about all the mismanagement of funds, if we cannot give them solutions, there's nothing we'll be doing. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, with those few remarks, I beg to support. Mr. Speaker, sir, with those few comments, I beg to second.
Order, Senators. I propose the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Sessional Committee on County Public Accounts and Investments on the inquiry into the financial operations of Nandi, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Laikipia, Machakos, West Pokot, Tharaka Nithi, Siaya, Embu, and Nairobi City County executives for financial year 2013-2014, 1st July 2013 to 30th July 2014, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 9th October 2019. What is it, Senator Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move a motion, pursuant to Standing Order 1051, that the debate be now adjourned. The Speaker, we have the next motion, which is statutory bound and time bound as per statute. And Mr. Speaker, we are requesting in a bipartisan manner to, Mr. Speaker, adjourn the debate until to a time that will be determined by the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to allow this very important motion that is time-bound as per statute to be moved. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to invite the Minority Leader to second.
Leader of Minority? Do it the proper way, Leader of Minority.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second.
The Senators, I propose the question that the debate be now adjourned. Order, Senators, I propose the question, I put the question that the debate be now adjourned. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Very well, we shall continue with the debate on that particular item. Order, senators. I now direct that the order number 2 be called out.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable senators, I would like to make the following communication. By a letter dated 9th October 2019, reference TTCA/CS/7, volume 1, into brackets 085, and received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Friday, 11th October 2019, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Taita Taveta informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of a motion by the County Assembly of Taita Taveta, which motion was to this effect: that pursuant to the provisions of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Article 181, 1A and C, as read together with Section 33 of the County Governments Act 2012, this County Assembly of Taita Taveta resolves to remove Granton Graham Samboja as the County Governor of Taita Taveta on grounds of violation of the law and gross misconduct in holding the state office. End of quote. The Speaker of the County Assembly also forwarded copies of the following documents: the order papers for the morning and afternoon sittings of the County Assembly of Taita Taveta held on 9th October 2019, the Hansard of the sitting of the County Assembly of Taita Taveta held on the same day, 9th October 2019, the motion for impeachment of the Governor of Taita Taveta County, together with signatures of members of the County Assembly in support of the motion, the minutes of the Taita Taveta County Assembly House Business Committee meeting held on 9th October 2019, and the minutes of the Speaker's Kamukunji Taita Taveta County Assembly held on the same day, 9th October 2019. In terms of Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33, 3A of the County Governments Act 2012, and Standing Order 75, 1A of the Senate Standing Orders, the Speaker of the Senate is required, I quote, within 7 days after receiving notice of a resolution from the Speaker of a County Assembly, to convene a meeting of the Senate to hear charges against the Governor, end of quote. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Section 33, 3A of the County Government Act and Standing Order 75, 1A of the Senate Standing Orders, I hereby proceed to read the charges against the Honorable Granton Graham Samboja, the Governor of Taita Taveta County. 1. Misappropriation of funds contrary to Section 196 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012. Particulars include: A, expenditure on unbudgeted projects; B, unwarranted formation of task forces; C, stalled projects; and D, failure to prudently implement the development budget. The second charge is failure to submit to the County Assembly an annual report on the implementation status of the county policies and plans as required by Section 30, subsection 2J of the County Governments Act of 2012. The third charge is failure to deliver the annual State of the County address as required by Section 30, subsection 2K of the County Governments Act 2012. The fourth charge is failure to remit statutory deductions to the relevant institutions, including the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, the National Hospital Insurance Fund, NHIF, and the National Social Security Fund, NHIF, contrary to the Income Tax Act, Cap 470, the National Hospital Insurance Fund Act, Cap 355, Cap 255, and the National Social Security Fund Act, Cap 258 of the laws of Kenya. The fifth charge, misleading the people of Taita Taveta County, contrary to Section 19 of the Public Officer Ethics Act, Cap 183 of the laws of Kenya, as read together with Article 73 and 260 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. The sixth charge, misleading the members of the Taita Taveta County Assembly, contrary to Section 19 of the Public Officer Ethics Act, Cap 183, as read with Article 260 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. And the particulars of that charge are A, the allocation of 274 million Kenya shillings for casual workers, and B, the use of 120 million Kenya shillings being road maintenance from the fuel levy equalization fund. The seventh charge is gross misconduct. The particulars include A, failure to adhere to the County Assembly resolution on the ratification of Mr. Davis Mwangoma as the acting County Executive Committee member for Finance and Economic Planning. B, misrepresentation of facts to the public with the aim of inciting the public against the County Assembly. C, collapse of the county government, devolved structures. And D, failure to provide leadership in the current budget stalemate. Honorable Senators, Standing Order 75-1B of the Senate Standing Orders gives the Senate two options on how to proceed with this matter. The Senate may A, by resolution appoint a special committee comprising 11 of its members to investigate the matter, or B, investigate the matter in plenary. Honorable Senators, the Senate Majority Leader shall shortly be giving a notice of motion for the establishment of a special committee. Should the motion for the establishment of a special committee eventually pass, the special committee will be required under Section 33(4) of the County Government Act 2012 and Standing Order 75-2 of the Senate Standing Orders to investigate the matter and report to the Senate on whether it finds the particulars of the allegations against the governor to have been substantiated. If, however, the motion for the establishment of a special committee does not pass, the Senate shall proceed to investigate and consider the matter in plenary. The resolution of the Senate on the motion by the Senate Majority Leader will therefore determine the manner in which this matter shall henceforth proceed, whether by way of special committee or by way of plenary. I wish to emphasize, honorable senators, that debate on the motion to establish a special committee shall be limited to the substance of the motion. It shall not be debate about the issues. It is the debate should be limited to whether or not this House should establish as a select committee in the order of the names which shall be provided in the motion. It will be limited to that. So this is actually a procedural motion, and because we have other items, including the motion which I had said should start at 4:30, and which we have consulted with the mover and agreed to start from 5 p.m. So this is simply a procedural motion for a decision and not on the substance of the allegations. So it's not, the debate should not be on the propriety, prudence, or even the constitutionality or the legality of the processes that have preceded the submission of this matter to the Senate. And it is not a debate on the facts of the matter or on their merits. Honorable Senators, I conclude by stating that the hearing of the charges of the proposed removal from office of a governor is one of the most important functions of the Senate under the Constitution. And I therefore urge the Senate to exercise the highest level of responsibility on this matter. Thank you. Order members. Now, I have consulted the majority leader and the minority leaders. They are of the opinion that since this is a procedural process, the notice is given and the motion is also brought in the next few minutes so that we can dispose of it and move to the motion on the feats and accolades of Kenyan sportsmen and women in the last 72 hours, all the way from 159 to Doha and to the women, the Chicago Women Marathon record, which was broken after 16 years. So there's a lot to thank God for and thank our sports people for. But that should be around 5 o'clock. And therefore, once we dispose this matter and the motion on sports, then we can entertain any other business, time permitting, before the close of business today. So I now direct that order number 6 be called out. What is it, Senator Maruma?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. The issues of Taita Taveta, I think most of us are well aware of. It's the issue of the impasse between the governor and the MCAs has been a long-standing one, Mr. Speaker. And it's unfortunate that the matter has escalated to this level, Mr. Speaker. However, I would like to bring to your attention an issue of constitutionalism and procedure because there was a procedure that was not followed in the process of the impeachment, and Mr. Speaker, I know you'll rule.
But you know, Senator Maruma,
yes.
We respect that you're the Senator of Taita Taveta, and you'll definitely have a role in terms of, because you have an interest. But as I have communicated, we are not discussing any merits about processes, legality, etc. We are discussing possibly, and you are even preempting it, we are discussing whether or not the Senate should form a select committee to investigate the matter, just that. But there will be an opportunity for substantive hearings and so forth and so on.
Yeah, I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, because I'm well informed that the matter is in court and you'll rule again on the issue.
We are not told. We don't know.
Mr. Speaker, I have some evidence here. You know, Mr. Speaker, as a senator, I am a defender of counties and governments. As a defender of counties, I defend the people and talk for the people.
So what is your point of order?
My point of order is that I have been informed and I have evidence that the matter is in court and that the court has given a stay.
This is the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya, Senator Maruma.
Yes.
We operate in accordance with the Constitution and the standing orders. I would advise you to perhaps pursue that point differently. Yes. But we have noted your sentiments. And as I said, this is a very serious matter, touching on impeachment of a governor. It's not something that any one of us in this institution takes lightly. But at the same time, the pride, dignity, and stature of this House must be respected and treated with the dignity it deserves. So we are not discussing processes now. We are not discussing form or substance. We are discussing one matter as per my communication, which is whether or not a special committee should be established. Leader of Majority.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give the following notice of motion that whereas pursuant to that whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Government Act 2012 and on 9th October 2019, the County Assembly of Taita Taveta approved a motion to remove from office by impeachment the Governor of Taita Taveta County, and further whereas by letter reference number TTCA/CS/7/volume 1 bracket 085 dated 9th October 2019 received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Friday 11th October 2019. The Speaker of the County Assembly of Taita Taveta informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the motion by the County Assembly and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly. And whereas pursuant to Section 33(3)(b) of the County Governments Act 2012 and Standing Order 75(1)(b) of the Senate by resolution may appoint a special committee comprising 11 of its members to investigate the matter. Now, therefore, pursuant to Section 33(3)(b) of the County Government Act 2012 and Standing Order 75(1)(b), the Senate resolves to establish a special committee comprising of the following senators: Senator George Haniri, MGH MP; Senator Njeru Ndwiga, MGH MP; Senator Chilo Ayako, EGH MP; Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, CBS MP; Senator Charles Robinson Kibiru, MP; Senator Aaron Cheriot, MP; Senator Boniface Kabaka, MP; Senator Dr. Lelekwe Lutumbesi, Stephen, MP; Senator Beatrice Kwamboka, MP; Senator Faria Ali, MP; and Senator Kano Naomi Wako, MP, to investigate the proposed removal from office of the Governor of Taita Taveta County and to report to the Senate within 10 days, pursuant to Standing Order 75(2) of its appointment, and whether it finds the particulars of the allegations to have been substantiated. Mr. Speaker, this is sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But Senators, you will refer to the second supplementary paper because we've had to make some adjustments and consultations with the House leadership. So in the second supplementary order paper, order number 11 is the motion on this matter. And therefore, I direct that order be called out.
Order number 11, motion, establishment of a select committee to investigate the proposed removal from office by impeachment of the Governor of Taita Taveta County.
Senate Majority Leader. Meanwhile, senators for Taita Taveta approach the chair.
So, Speaker, I beg to move the motion that whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Governments Act 2013 on 9th October 2019, the County Assembly of Taita Taveta approved a motion to remove from office by impeachment the Governor of Taita Taveta County, and further whereas by letter reference number TTCA/CS/7/volume 0.1 bracket 085 dated 9th October 2019 received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Friday 11th October 2019. The Speaker of the County Assembly of Taita Taveta informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the motion by the County Assembly and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly. And whereas pursuant to Section 33(3)(b) of the County Governments Act 2012 and Standing Order 75-1B of the Senate by resolution may appoint a special committee comprising 11 of its members to investigate the matter. Now, therefore, pursuant to Section 33(3)(b) of the County Governments Act 2012 and Standing Order 75-1B, the Senate resolves to establish a special committee comprising of the following senators: Senator George Aniri, MGH, MP; Senator Njeru Ndwika, EGH, MP; Senator Ochilo Oyako, EGH, MP; Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, CBS, MP; Senator Charles Kibiru, MP; Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, MP; Senator Boniface Kabaka, MP; Senator Dr. Lelekwe Lutumbesi, MP; Senator Beatrice Kwamboka, MP; Senator Faria Ali, MP; and Senator Kano Naomi Wako, MP, to investigate the proposed removal from office of the Governor of Taita Taveta County and to report to the Senate within 10 days, pursuant to Standing Order 75-2 of its appointment, on whether it finds the particulars of the allegations to have been substantiated. Mr. Speaker, just as based on your communication, this is a very straightforward motion of establishing a special committee to investigate the allegations contained in the communication from the County Assembly of Taita Taveta. Mr. Speaker, I know this is a very sacred duty. And Mr. Speaker, I am privileged under your leadership to have been the first vice chair of the first impeachment in the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, which was then led by Senator Boni Kalwale, as he then was, and Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and Senator Orengo were part and parcel of that investigation. Was it Mutula really? Mutula, no, Mutula was not here yet. Yeah, Mutula was in the second committee. Actually, Senator Orengo and myself served in that committee, and I do not see the other members who served in the first committee. We then discovered that because of the timelines involved in the investigation of such a very grave matter, it requires a lot of commitment. And Mr. Speaker, should this House approve these names, the members who are going to serve in this very important committee will have a very onerous task to perform a very sacred responsibility within a very short period of time and come with a proper report. And Mr. Speaker, we found solace in the fact that we have some of the best and most qualified staff in the Senate, Mr. Speaker, who, without their support, because the clock begins to run, as soon as your communication is given, like today, we approve the committee as we did, the clock begins to run, Mr. Speaker, and within 7 days, we require to convene here to make a decision. And Mr. Speaker, that is not very easy for a committee of that nature. Mr. Speaker, we also found that the procedures that are involved, Mr. Speaker, in the investigation, because they are similar to the ones of the president. We could have wanted to relax the timelines, but even for presidential impeachment, it is the same. And Mr. Speaker, this House has had a taste of formation of a committee, which was in the case of Wambora 1, Wambora 2, Chepkony, Kiala, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Governor of Wambora, I'm forgetting her name, and Dadi, yeah, Dithi, I think, which was in the first one. And Mr. Speaker, out of the impeachments of 2 deputy governors, which, Mr. Speaker, in the Kiala one, there was a recommendation by the committee, but the plenary defeated the recommendation. In the Ndati one, Mr. Speaker, it was the committee never recommended. Wambora 1, Wambora 2, we have Chepkony, Mr. Speaker, that the committee never recommended. They said threshold was not achieved, chaired by Senator Kiraitu. And then we have Wairia, Mr. Speaker, which was chaired by the Senator of Kitui then. Mr. Speaker, came also with the report here, and the members, Mr. Speaker, decided, upon all that experience, Mr. Speaker, they decided that in the subsequent one, which was unfortunately the one for Kashagwa, Mr. Speaker, that it was going to be done by the plenary. Now, if you look at the difference between the ones that were done by the committee and the one we did the plenary, there was more meat and substance in the one that done by the committee, because these are few people. They have time to listen, to question the people who are appearing, the witnesses, and so forth, Mr. Speaker. And if you find also in all those impeachment proceedings, Mr. Speaker, I can almost say that when history will be written, this House largely, Mr. Speaker, will be acquitted to have become so fair. Because in some circumstances where, even in the Chepkwony situation where they found, Mr. Speaker, culpability, the committee just, Mr. Speaker, were careful to say the threshold was not achieved, the constitutional threshold. Mr. Speaker, even in situations, there were situations like Wairia that the committee decided that there was no culpability. There were even situations when a report came here with culpability, like the one for Kiala. The House, Mr. Speaker, looked at the matter, looked at the politics that were around it, the substance which was in it, and defeated the report. And it was bipartisan. It was both sides of the House, Mr. Speaker, because I contributed to the Deputy Governor's Kiala's report failing, Mr. Speaker. And I know there were people on the minority side, and some of us, I was a backbencher, Mr. Speaker, so I didn't have any responsibility to whatever. And we defeated the report in a bipartisan manner. So this House is always fair. If you go to the history, this House is very fair when looking at issues affecting governors and counties, and we apply our mind when it comes to substance. And I believe if this I really strongly recommend that we approve a committee to perform this task, so that we do not become like a mob justice kind of a process, and so that this House also can benefit from the processes that will go through it. And having served in two of them, Mr. Speaker, Wambora 1 and 2, I really, really want to commend that myself and Minority Leader chose our colleagues knowing that everybody in this House is committed, and having consulted them about their availability, Mr. Speaker, so that then they can dedicate their time, Mr. Speaker, to go through this process, which is very rigorous, and Mr. Speaker, which is extremely demanding. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I want to say that Senate at this point in time is not seized of the details of what is being investigated. We do not know whether there is substance in the allegations that have been leveled from the County Assembly. In fact, I am very happy that, Mr. Speaker, Senator Orengo, if I still remember, and myself and someone else, in our submissions in the first Wambora, took the House through the impeachment in the United States. And, Mr. Speaker, that even in US, an impeachment that is, it starts, Mr. Speaker, with the articles of impeachment and finding the threshold at the House of Reps, Mr. Speaker. But the real trial of impeachment takes place at the Senate, Mr. Speaker, in the United States. And that trial is presided by the Chief Justice. It's a very sacred process. It's a serious, process that people go through it, Mr. Speaker. And what I want to assure the country is that this process, we have no choice as a Senate. We must continue upholding the highest standards of integrity and focus on the facts and the evidence that is before us. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the courts in this country have come to agree to that position, both at the High Court and even at the Supreme Court, that, Mr. Speaker, impeachment processes starting at the County Assembly, the real trial takes place in this House. And so when we are doing so, we must remember that we are acting at the level of the highest court in the land, Mr. Speaker, finding the most serious, Mr. Speaker, determinations on very serious matters of both constitution and the law. And so, Mr. Speaker, when these issues are brought to this House, again, I want to say that we must conduct ourselves with the highest integrity, because our report eventually, there is nothing that stops this report being tested in a court of law. So we must, if these issues are tested in a court of law, in terms of procedure and the substance, Senator Ochilo Yako, who is a senior lawyer, and Mr. Speaker, a senior member of parliament, we want to see that your report will stand the test of time. Mr. Speaker, if this House approves that that is the direction we are going to go, Mr. Speaker, will stand the test of time in terms of substance, but also in terms of integrity on the issues. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and to invite Senior Counsel, Minority Leader, Senator James Orengo to second.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second.
Order, Minority Leader. Just as a matter of procedure, let me call you out. Leader of Minority. sorry about that. Yeah. Yes, Leader of Minority, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand to second this motion. And as has rightly been pointed out, the power to impeach is with the County Assembly. the Senate has no role at all in the power to impeach. But the power as an impeachment court lies with the Senate. So the trial actually takes place in the Senate. Now, these two powers are divided between two constitutional bodies, the County Assembly and the Senate. A demonstration that issues concerning impeachment are considered serious enough to the extent that constitutional bodies are the ones which are assigned to carry out those tasks. And Mr. Speaker, going by the record, I am happy to note that this power to impeach, particularly on the part of the Senate, has not been misused or abused. Where there has been a case to find fault and therefore to convict, so to speak, a subject before the Senate, be it a governor or otherwise, I think the Senate has all through, in all the cases which are cited, acted very responsibly. And therefore, I hope that nobody would think that merely by the County Assembly having expressed itself in a certain direction, that the Senate willy-nilly will take a similar position. And that is part of using the tool. Impeachment process is an accountability tool, and it must be understood to be so and must be exercised. Because, the Constitution has offered to the Senate and Parliament generally and the county assemblies tools for purposes of accountability. And accountability sometimes cannot just end in declarations. They should be effective in the sense that these tools can be used to achieve certain results. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to point out, that people may out there think that this matter is before a different forum, which is not the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, I think they should rest at peace, because until evidence is placed before the Senate or the committee, we cannot take decisions on the basis that there's something which we have read in the newspapers or something is in social media. There must be a matter presented before the Senate, either constituted as a committee or or is in plenary to make that decision. Otherwise, some of these decisions could be made by the Speaker or by the clerk of the Senate without bringing it properly before the House or a committee of the House. So I just wanted to allay those fears that some people may be having, that in setting up the committee, a decision has been made one way or the other. And therefore, in forming this committee, I hope that the House understands that all of us are qualified to be members of this committee. And in this instance, we could only have a certain number, and that number will perform the initial task of dealing with this matter. And if there is anything to be dealt with preliminarily or substantively, all those issues can be put before the committee, which would eventually report to the Senate. But I just wanted to emphasize that these accountability measures are working in other countries very effectively. Senator Mutula Kilonzo and others with myself have been to Brazil for a number of days, and these accountability processes seem to be working well, because both at the national level, the president knows that certain tools can be used, and these are effective tools, because there are people in the highest offices who have been dealt with in accordance with the law, or you have governors. We are told in the state of Rio de Janeiro, 3 successive governors are serving jail term, leave alone the issues of impeachment. So I think in Kenya, we must use these tools effectively to ensure that accountability remains and it is invoked whenever possible. But at the end of the day, it should be not a matter of politics. And that's why I think our history is good, because we have tended to act in a bipartisan manner when it comes to considering substantive issues or even preliminary issues which would be brought surrounding an impeachment process, be that of the governor or the deputy governor. We have just had only impeachment in terms of governor and deputy governors. Now, in Kenya, in the United States, this process ends up really being a question being determined by the House of Representatives and the Senate. Whoever is guilty of, of high crimes or misdemeanors are decided in accordance with what eventually the Senate says. So it's really a political process. But in our jurisdiction, having heard what the courts have said and reading the Constitution, we have a duty to ensure that we meet those constitutional thresholds. Has there been an actual violation of the Constitution? Has there been an actual violation of the law? The second pillar upon which an impeachment can be exercised is when there are reasons to believe that the governor has committed a crime, a national crime or an international crime. That second threshold, the threshold is a little bit lower in the sense that all that you have to establish is there are reasons to believe, so that it is objective in the sense that we sit together to make that decision. But it otherwise can be quite subjective, because when you use the word believe as opposed to determine, then the threshold is a little lower. And then there are the issues of gross misconduct under the third pillar. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that in exercising our powers and authority, especially from the outset in establishing this committee, we will be doing our constitutional duty and come out within the timelines which are specified in the Constitution. So we are not at the level of looking at the merits, as we are rightly guided by the Speaker. And we are also not at the level of receiving evidence at this particular point where we are merely forming the committee. But I want to encourage senators that, it would have been odd for the Speaker or the House Business Committee to sit by itself and make a decision without it being brought before the House, because we could, for many reasons, be persuaded that the matter should rest where it is. But I think this, as the Speaker said, is so serious that it can only be decided by the Senate sitting as a committee of the Senate, or by the Senate sitting in plenary. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
Order, members. I propose the question that whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Governments Act 2012, on 9th October 2019, the County Assembly of Taita Taveta approved a motion to remove from office by impeachment the Governor of Taita Taveta County, and further, whereas by letter reference number TTCA/CH/7/volume 1(085), dated 9th October 2019, received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Friday, 11th October 2019, The Speaker of the County Assembly of Taita Taveta informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the motion by the County Assembly and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly. And whereas, pursuant to Section 33, 3B of the County Government Act 2012 and Standing Order 75, 1B of the Senate by resolution may appoint a special committee comprising 11 of its members to investigate the matter. Now therefore, pursuant to Section 33, 3B of the County Governments Act 2012 and Standing Order 75, 1B of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate resolves to establish a special committee comprising the following senators. 1. Senator George Kaniri. 2. Senator Njeru Ndwiga. 3. Senator Ochilo Ayako. 4. Senator Dr. Agnes Zani. 5. Senator Aaron Cheruiyot. 6. Senator Charles Kibiru. 7. Senator Boniface Kabaka. 8. Senator Dr. Lelegwe Lumbetsi. 9. Senator Beatrice Kwamboka. 10. Senator Faria Ali. And 10. Senator Canon Naomi Wako. To investigate the proposed removal from office of the governor of Taita Taveta County and to report to the Senate within 10 days pursuant to Standing Order 75-2 of its appointment on whether it finds the particulars of the allegations to have been substantiated. Order, Senators, as I said earlier on, this is a procedural motion strictly on whether or not to form a committee to investigate this matter. So therefore, don't take a lot of time speaking about impeachment and the grounds and what have you, whether or not we should form the committee. Then we have the motion on sports and the achievements in sports coming out at 5. So I'll give a few senators a chance, and for the convenience of the House, I urge each senator who is lucky to get a chance not to take more than 3 minutes. Thank you. I'll start with Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to support the committee of the first 11. Let's call them the first 11 to determine the question of impeachment of Governor Samboja. I've seen the list. I think Majority Leader and Minority Leader have very carefully, although he has qualified that everybody is equal and all of us are the same, but I think they've exercised some element of extreme caution and prudence in having this committee and the members. And therefore, I support to that extent and say, Mr. Speaker, we have had this debate. I've sat here for the 5 impeachments we have done. I sat in the Chepkwony one. I want the people, personally, people of Taita Taveta who are neighbors, the governor and the county assembly, to sleep easy, because this is the house of wisdom. This is the house that will determine this matter and possibly bring some order. I was beginning to miss impeachments. I'm one of those people who was of the view that we cannot, as a Senate, Mr. Speaker, abdicate our role of impeachment. It's not to impeach. The question of whether to impeach or not is our jurisdiction. And therefore, at any given opportunity, Mr. Speaker, we must exercise that jurisdiction without fear or favor. Even when an injunction is issued, Mr. Speaker, I'm of the view that we must proceed, because that is our role given to us by the people of Kenya. And nobody else has that role, the special jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, in terms of protection, we've been wondering about the word protecting counties. Mr. Speaker, protect counties from within and without. We must, it's climate control. Bring governors to order. Bring assembly members to order. I believe that Makueni was brought to order when Kivuda was impeached the first time. That sends us a message that you are not above anybody. And the members of the county assembly are not to be ignored. But even then, the members of county assembly, in the cases where they have impeached and impeachments have been overruled, have been alerted that must follow process. There must be public participation. The Supreme Court has had its view on this issue. But this one is one opportunity for the senators, the 11 of them, Mr. Speaker, to act like the Congress, ask questions. We must distinguish ourselves from the other house. We must ask those questions that must be asked of the governor or of the county assembly. And maybe, Mr. Speaker, then we can bring order to Taita Taveta County. That is my view, and I think this is a process to bring both parties together to see reason, like the book of Isaiah says, come, let's reason together. Thank you.
Pastor Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., do you support or not support the motion? In your fervent proclamation of faith, you forgot to say whether you support or not.
No, Speaker, you didn't hear me. In the first instance, I began with I support. If you recall, Speaker, and I'm sure you've seen those rulings that were in the past, where a matter was dismissed and then the reasons were given later.
Very well. Our tradition is that the support or not, or lack thereof, should be part of the opening and closing remark. Very well. Senator Wamatangi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so that I don't suffer the mistakes of the pastor of Makueni, Mr. Speaker, I want to state that I do support the motion from the onset, Mr. Speaker, and also express confidence in the names of all the senators, Mr. Speaker, who have been proposed and nominated to this committee, Mr. Speaker. And I want to also echo your sentiments that upon close perusal of the names that have been forwarded, Mr. Speaker, the balance is right for those members to be able to live up to the expectations of members of the public in this country, Mr. Speaker, and more so the citizens of Taita Taveta, Mr. Speaker, in determining whether they have a governor who should continue to serve in office, Mr. Speaker. Just so that, Mr. Speaker, I comply with your ruling that we don't have much time, I just want to say quickly, Mr. Speaker, that although when the majority speaker majority leader was speaking, he was facing that side and he said he does not see anyone else who served in the first committee. I held my peace because I served with him, but because he said he did not see, and he was not looking at me. then Mr. Speaker, I suffice it to say it's just because he was not seeing me. But a few issues, Mr. Speaker, that I think quickly would be of importance. One, because when we served in that committee, there are various issues that came along, Mr. Speaker. And first, let me echo that we have the impeachment procedure bill, Mr. Speaker. I think the sooner we have this bill into a law, and the agitation when the proposal for this legislation was made, Mr. Speaker, by the former Senator for Nyandarua, Senator Morioki Karwe, it was to raise the threshold, Mr. Speaker, of impeachment. And more so, Mr. Speaker, that aspect of the brevity of time that committee has got, Mr. Speaker, to be able to look at this. And so, in a nutshell, if and when a committee like this one has better tools, using a better law, Mr. Speaker, that has been widened. And I was even asking myself, could this law on impeachment, Mr. Speaker, even be expanded to the extent that members of the Senate can even impeach members of the National Assembly on you know, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, they have been misbehaving. Senator. Anyway, suffice it to say, Mr. Speaker, that we need a law. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, in the process of the first impeachment, Mr. Speaker, there was a ping pong that was almost endless between this House, where an actual trial was going on. Lawyers were appearing before the committee to make submissions, and there was another trial that was going on in all the courts, Mr. Speaker, starting from, for example, the first impeachment of Wambora from the courts in Embu, all the way to Kirinyaga, then finally to the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker. And those parallel processes, Mr. Speaker, eventually ended up with different results. But what was of interest was the orders that kept on being given at the same time from both levels, Mr. Speaker. And so if we could have a law that would bring harmony, Mr. Speaker, I believe that would have a better process. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, is to tell members of this committee that they should act bravely when they are making their conclusions. In the Supreme Court decision in the Wambora case, Mr. Speaker, the court was very explicit, and they expressed the reluctance of the court in involving themselves in the process of impeachment when the Senate is there, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that these members will be able to do a good job. Let us ensure that we uphold what is expected of the Senate, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support.
Thank you. Senator Omogeni.
Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the procedure of having a committee look into this matter. I've looked at the names that have been proposed, and I've no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that they are up to task. Just one issue, Mr. Speaker, that world over, issues of impeachment are taken very seriously. In the United States of America, when Senate sits to impeach the president, is the Chief Justice who presides. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for us as a Senate to ensure that we do a process that can stand the test of times. The previous impeachment procedures have had mixed fortunes. I remember that the one of Wambora was overturned by the court. This time around, I hope, and I have a lot of faith in the members that we have chosen, that they will do a thorough process. And we need to have a very delicate balance, Mr. Speaker, so that one, we don't create a situation maybe where MCAs can, at their own personal whims, impeach governors, and on the other hand, we must ensure that we support MCAs on issues of putting governors to account. So it's a very delicate balance, but we really need to demonstrate to the people of Kenya that this Senate is up to task, that we can balance these two issues in a manner that we deliver justice to the people of Kenya. Because, Mr. Speaker, what the people of Taveta expect us to do is if we find that the governor is culpable, then we should confirm the impeachment. But if we find that there are no good supporting grounds that meet the constitutional threshold, then we should allow the governor to continue serving his office. So I urge my colleagues to remain true to the oath of office that we took, protect the name and integrity of the Senate, and deliver a good job. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for being very brief. You're trying to be as convenient as possible to the House, to all of us. Senator for Kericho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion.
Order, Senator.
Please protect me from the majority leader and senator for Laikipia.
You had 3 minutes, now you have 2, almost. Proceed. Order.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of this House, I've had opportunity to see how this House handles this impeachment matters of governors in plenary and both in select committee. Out of experience, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this route of the select committee, in my humble opinion, is the best route. It's the best route, Mr. Speaker, because it provides a platform whereby the House can, through the gathering of its members, and I have seen the members that have been nominated to this committee, Mr. Speaker, get to go through each and every count that has been laid before this House, Mr. Speaker, and give a report to the House where members can further interrogate. It provides almost like two-layered approach to this particular issue, Mr. Speaker, where at the first level of mention is a committee, then secondly to the plenary, and therefore ensuring that you have a watertight process, ensuring that whatever is done is justice to the people of that particular county. With those very many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Well done. Senator Kajwang, take the cue.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose this motion, not because of the composition, not because of the men and women who are there, but I rise to oppose it for the following reasons. Mr. Speaker, I've looked at Article 181 of the Constitution, Standing Order 75, and the 5th schedule of our standing orders. It is clear that the indictment of a governor as far as impeachment is concerned, happens at the county assembly, and this Senate is a trial chamber. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 75 says that impeachment of a governor is triggered when Senate receives communication from the Speaker of a county assembly. That is when it starts. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that when that starts, no other authority can stop that process. It has to be allowed to go to its finality. The majority leader, when moving the motion, has reported that the resolution of the county assembly was formally conveyed to the Senate on the 11th of October 2019. That was last Friday. Today is Tuesday, the 14th. Is it 14th or 15th of October? Mr. Speaker, the standing order gives us 7 days to do what we are doing today. The reason why I oppose this motion, Mr. Speaker, is that it has been brought to my attention by the good senator for Taita Taveta, who probably did not have the opportunity to canvass it appropriately, that the Senate received on 14th October 2019 a letter that was indicating...
Order. Is that a document you have tabled? Or?
Mr. Speaker, this letter was received by the Senate. It was
we don't know what you are referring to.
I would table the letter if you allow me to, Mr. Speaker.
Please do. But then you should be conscious of also of time. Be as brief as you can. You can now proceed to refer to it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've tabled a letter that was received by the Senate on 14th of October. In that letter, it tells us that the High Court of Kenya, in constitutional petition...
Who is the author of the letter?
The letter is authored by an advocate, a law firm, but it also attaches an order of the High Court.
And what does it say?
Mr. Speaker, I've just tabled it. I'm just attempting to summarize what it says.
Yes.
What the letter says is that the High Court, on 11th of October 2019, issued conservatory orders staying the resolution of the County Assembly of Taita Taveta, and also issued conservatory orders in the nature of an injunction restraining the Assembly Speaker from presenting to Senate the resolution. Mr. Speaker, I have tabled it, and maybe it will
have those orders been served on the Senate? Because it's one thing for a lawyer to write. We get letters from lawyers all the time.
Mr. Speaker, this is...
has the order been served on the Senate?
This was received by the Senate on 14th of October.
Order, has the court order be served on this House?
Yes, the court order itself, Mr. Speaker.
Can you provide evidence of that service?
The evidence is here. There is a stamp on this. There is
order,
a stamp
the court order, not a lawyer's letter. The court order.
The court order itself.
Has it been served by a process server?
There is, Mr. Speaker, I might not be able to confirm that.
You don't
Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Kajwang. You know why I'm insisting on this? Because of the record. And when I sit here, I must protect this House from the wrong impression. Is it your view that this Senate has been served in the proper meaning of service of a court order against what we are discussing today?
Mr. Speaker, this is a quasi-judicial institution, and you will, it would be improper
as a court order being served
to box me into the four corners of a purely judicial
process. We follow the law.
Mr.
We follow
Speaker.
procedures. Senator Kajwang, for the record, I will not allow you to mislead the public in the name of a court order that has been served to this House, which is not the case. So I humbly request you to make your case differently, but make it clear that there is no order served on the Speaker of the Senate. Because I'm aware anyway.
Mr. Speaker,
I don't need to be informed. I am aware there is no service on this House.
And I will maintain what I've said, that a letter was received by the Senate. It is for the chair and the House to interpret whether it is due service. But if you'd allow me to just finalize my argument, Mr. Speaker, you'll guide.
Order again for purposes of record. We are not talking about service of a letter. We are talking about service of a court order. And I can tell you from where I sit, there is no such service of any court order on this matter. And so it's important for the record so that you don't get away and inform the public things which do not exist.
Mr. Speaker, If you allow me to make my case, then you probably would rule after that, if you would allow me to. May I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, but you need to clarify whether there is a service of a court order on the House.
I cannot confirm that, Mr. Speaker. All
Then-
I can confirm...
then that is okay.
Yes, all
Yeah,
I
make-
can
make that
confirm
clear.
that I've tabled a letter here, headed Harvey and Company Advocates, that was received by the Senate.
That's
on
not a
14th of
court
October.
order,
Yes,
Senator.
I am not arguing that it's a court order.
So just conclude,
Just
make
the
your
same manner
arguments
in
and
which you
conclude.
requested me to table it. I'm just describing what I've
I
tabled.
have seen that letter. It was served on us. It's a letter from a lawyer. We receive thousands of letters every day, and that does not mean a court order has
Surely,
been
Mr.
served.
Speaker, if I've just tabled the letter, you have not scrutinized it, how then would you know what I've tabled? Mr.
It's
Speaker,
in my office. Senator
Mr. Speaker,
Kajwang, don't trivialize the debate. That letter is in my office. I know the contents. It's from a lawyer, and we've asked. We have the relevant officers to consider it. There is no court order on the House, which has been served.
Mr. Speaker, allow me then to conclude my submission.
Please do.
Because, Mr. Speaker,
What is it,
impeachment-
Senator Lagat?
Yeah? Okay. I'm wondering so much why the chairman of CPAC is trying to be so defensive when it comes to governance affairs. You should leave this house.
Order, Senator Lagat. That is not right. He has a right to defend anything. He has a right to take any position. But Senator Kajwang, be careful. No service of any court order is before this House.
Mr. Speaker.
And even if there was, this House would again, in accordance with the law and the standing orders, pronounce itself on that service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad you have reaffirmed that I'm entitled to my opinion,
Yes.
just as everyone else is entitled to their various opinions,
Absolutely.
whether we agree with them or not. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to raise, looking at the dates when we received the communication from the County Assembly to the date today, and the fact that we have acknowledged that the Senate has received a letter of a certain nature. It might not be a court order, it might not be what satisfies your thinking. Mr. Speaker, prudence would demand that once the Senate starts a process, and we have agreed on this in the past, that the courts of law cannot stop the Senate from a process that has kicked off. Mr. Speaker, I was in the Wairia impeachment committee, and there were similar matters where it was said that the courts of law was attempting to injunct Senate from proceeding on a matter that it had already started. If that is the case, Mr. Speaker, and we know that our standing orders require this committee not to look at the procedure, but to look at the contents and to confirm whether the allegations are substantiated or not, of what harm is it for this Senate, while still within its timelines, of what harm will it be
Are
if
you
the
on a
Senate
point
was
of
to
order,
apply?
or you are contributing to this motion,
I am
which is
contributing to the motion, Mr. Speaker.
okay? Because
And
I hear as if you're on a point of order, trying to explain maybe this motion should not be here, which is a different issue.
Mr. Speaker, I started by saying I oppose
What
the
is it,
motion,
Leader of Majority?
and I'm giving reasons why I oppose the
Order,
motion.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, the question before the House is not whether or not there will be investigation of the governor of Taita Taveta. We are past that. The question before the House is whether the investigation will be through the committee of the whole House or whether through a special select committee.
Precisely. And I said as much
And
from
Mr.
the word
Speaker,
go.
should, for example, because I'm hearing Senator of Homa Bay, Senator Moses, Mr. Speaker, creating the impression that opposing the motion would mean there will be no investigation of the governor. Opposing the motion means we will investigate all of us in plenary. So, Mr. Speaker, it has nothing to do with whether there will be investigation or not. That stage has been passed because the Speaker has made the necessary communication.
That's why I asked him whether he's on a point of order or he's debating the motion. Because the motion is, should this matter be taken to a special committee or to plenary? And with those remarks, I request you now to organize your thoughts in the next 1 minute and wind up, because the time is
Mr.
up.
Speaker, my position remains that I oppose this motion. Even if the motion was to do this by plenary, I would have opposed it. because I believe that we have not gotten to the point of establishing a committee to investigate this matter. I believe that we have ignored certain correspondences that would have added value to our decision on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I oppose.
Thank you very much. Order, senators. Order, senators. Senator Kinyua, we are now at 5 o'clock. We are now at time for the next order. But before we go there, I'll allow Senator Kinyua, maybe one more, and then we put the question.
Okay. Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii. Kwanza kabisa ninashuku kwa nini mwenyekiti wa SIPA amekuwa akipokea barua ambazo zinapaswa kuwa zikichukuliwa katika seneti. Lakini kwanza kabisa mimi nasimama kuunga mkono mswada huu ambao unabuniwa wa kamati ambayo inabuniwa kumtimua gavana, na mimi nasema ya kwamba nakubaliana na mswada huu kwa sababu wale maseneta ambao
Senator Mwaruma.
I think the senator for Senator Nderitu is proposing that the senator for Homa Bay is fond of receiving letters on behalf of the Senate. Actually, he has said correctly, it's me who handed him over the letter.
Yes,
from
that point is noted.
Company advocates, which
Majority
as a court
leader,
order is stamped.
That's okay.
Yes.
It's noted for the record. Very well, Senator Kinyua.
Asante Bwana Spika. Kwangu mimi naunga mkono kwa sababu wale maseneta ambao wameweka katika ile kamati ni watu ambao wana uzoefu na ujuzi. Nikiangalia hasa wale kuna mawakili na wale wengine wamewekwa, inaonekana watafuatilia mambo haya kwa marefu na mapana. Alafu Bwana Spika, ningependa tu kusema ya kwamba sisi kama kamati ya ugatuzi tumekuwa tukifuatilia mambo ya Taita Taveta, na vile kwa sababu hilo silo neno ambalo linashughulikiwa hapa leo. Wakati tutakapofika tutaeleza kinaga ubaga na ili eleweke vizuri yale ambayo yamekuwa yakiendelea pale Taita Taveta, kwa sababu sisi tuko na yale maneno tumekuwa tukifuatilia pale Taita Taveta. Asante sana.
Thank you for being brief. Senator Maura, briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion, and I think it is very well captured by Julius Kambarage Nyerere, where he says that in Tanzania, it was more than 100 tribal units which lost their freedom. It was one nation that regained it. And he further says, we spoke and acted as if given the opportunity to serve government, we would quickly create utopias. Instead, injustices, even tyranny, is rampant. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the African state, I think we are having a serious problem. Because when those who fought for independence did it, as the first president of Tanzania said, before only tribes existed as nations, and then they created a nation state. But now devolution is deconstructing this nation state so that you don't have the problem of one center, you have several centers. But then what is happening? You have, the tensions around MCAs and governors, and it's not the first time we have witnessed this. We have seen it in the case of Makueni, we've seen it in the case of Nyeri and others. But then also at the same time, there is an element of the fact that these new centers of power have created new powerful people. And it then becomes a power play at the national executive with regards to the competition for that limelight, if I can call it that way, or that space. And also, how do you then look at projects done by the national government vis-a-vis the success stories of county governments? Then further down here, there's a power play between the MCAs so elected without a kitty and having promised the utopia to the people, and a governor who has a kitty who thinks he can do everything, including building dream castles and buying the dream toy cars, as we can call it. So really, what I want to say that even as this committee is embarking on investigating this matter, they need to be very objective. Because you saw the case of Makueni, that the impeachment came, but now Makueni is a showcase for success for devolution, because devolution is a real revolution. So I think this is what we would want to ask the committee members, to listen to both sides, because what is presented before this august house, Mr. Speaker,
was it Senator Mogeni?
Yeah, is the argument
order, Senator Maura.
Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order in view of what has been tabled before the House by my good friend Senator Kajwang. Mr. Speaker, what has been tabled makes reference to a court case, and I'm inviting the ruling of the Speaker, where an order issued by the High Court by Justice J. Makau has given conservatory orders. If you permit me, I wish to read, whereby order number 1 says that pending the inter-party hearing.
Order, Senator Mogeni. You know, we, even as you do what you want to do, and you're on a point of order note, we are not discussing whether or not orders have been given. What we are saying is that this Senate is not aware of any court order that has been served on it to stop doing what we are doing, which is to establish a committee or to discuss the matter in plenary. Be advised accordingly. What is out of order? Because Senator Maura was on the floor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have reason to seek your guidance because the order.
But it's Senator Maura who had the floor. You cannot. It has to be about Senator Maura's contribution to interrupt his speech.
My point of order is whether it's appropriate and whether it's in order for us to continue debating.
Yes, it is in order.
Whereby a court of law
has
already issued.
For the reasons I have advanced before, it is in order, so ordered. Senator Maura, conclude your remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has interfered with my trail of thought. But what I was trying to say is that when the committee sits to debate and to deliberate on these matters, they need to be objective, because what has been presented before this august house is really the argument from the county assembly. I hope that the governor shall be accorded due, time and process. And basically just also to learn from the experience, as we were sharing with Senator Matangi, the Center for Kiambu, is that a committee is a much better option, because if you come to plenary, all of us would want to talk and the time may not allow. So this, I think, helps us to encapsulate the whole, debate, and also to flesh out issues in the merits and debates. I am very curious, Mr. Speaker, to see the opposition from the Chair Sipike, because on a prima facie basis, he should be the one supporting this procedure.
No, he has a right to have a different view. Order, Senator Kajwang. Order. Senators, we have another agenda coming, which is as important as this one. Order, Senator Maura.
Okay.
Any senator has a right to take any position, and you should not impute any improper motives on any senator. It is actually out of order to do so.
I stand guided, Mr. Speaker.
However, for you and the remaining speakers, because I'll give 2 more quick speakers, the issue before us is whether or not this House should establish the committee or go to plenary, not on the substances of impeachment and all the philosophy around it.
Mr. Speaker, I so therefore support that then this committee be established, and that philosophically we should be able to flesh out things and look at what is the root cause of the problem. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you very much. Senator Lekina.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you. Earlier on, I was going to oppose this motion, but after consulting with my colleague and senior, I think I'm now in a position to be able to contribute to this motion and actually guide the committee, which I now think it's the best idea. Because if we restrict ourselves, because what I'm hearing from my colleagues, particularly my colleague from Taita Taveta, is that he's a little bit conflicted in the sense that his position here is to defend the interest of the county and its government. That's issue number 1. Not the governor, the county.
Order, Senator Cheruiyot.
Order. Mr.
Order, Senator Cheruiyot.
I would like to maybe bring to the attention of the committee, which I think is the best idea to proceed, is that and anybody out there that our standing orders are very clear. Standing order number 75 is what is making us proceed with this move, the issue of 7 days. Standing order number 98, 4, is very, very important on the issue of sub judice. And I think this matter can end there when we restrict our thinking in our guidance looking at the standing orders. Because if I read standing order number 98, Mr. Speaker, sir, where the matter is sub judice in terms of, and I thank Senator Orengo for pointing this out to me, and maybe this will help us out. It is very clear in terms of where a senator alleges that a matter is sub judice shall provide evidence to show that paragraph 2 and 3 are applicable. Paragraph 2, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the one that determines the matter whether it is sub judice, but 3 is the one which is 3.1 is very clear. 3C, civil procedure shall be deemed to be active when arrangements for hearing, such as sitting down a case for trial, have been made until the proceedings are ended by judgment or discontinued. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee which is being proposed to be established should then be ready to receive evidence that this matter is active in court. And I would actually suggest that if this matter, if the committee receives that evidence, that matter should cease there. Because there's no way we can stop Standing Order 75. We are limited with time. So for us to be able to show that we're here to defend both the Assembly and the Executive, let us restrict our thinking in the standing orders and the Constitution. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Very well. For the avoidance of doubt, Parliament is not run by the judiciary, neither is the judiciary run by Parliament. We've made a substantive ruling on sub judice before. We have tremendous respect for other arms of government, but be it known to all and sundry, big and small, this arm of government is an independent arm of government and works within the law and its standing orders. Thank you. Senator James Orengo.
No, really.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, what you have said is so germane, and I really want to convince my colleagues that Senate is a very important institution. You cannot just bring papers and just throw them around to the Senate. Even in a court of law, you cannot do that. I cannot go to a court of law and say, I cannot produce Senator Wetangula because he's in hospital. The court will expect me to do more than that. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, I remember when the issue of the powers of Prime Minister and the President were in contention on the question of consultation and concurrence. The court arrived at a decision which was very different from the decision that was later on made by Speaker Marende. In fact, the definition of what is consultation and concurrence, now as we speak, the judiciary has adopted the definition that was offered by Speaker Kenneth Marende and found fault with the decision of the High Court in the manner in which they have defined those two words. So I know where Senator Kajwang is going, but I think it would be an abuse of the process of the Senate that if a matter which is within our powers, we are reluctant to exercise it because somebody is waving a piece of paper. And it will also be equally dangerous for a matter to be decided by the Speaker or the House Business Committee before it is brought to the committee or the Senate. So anybody without evidence, take it to the committee. It will be dealt with. Anybody without evidence can bring it even now if that court order was there, if it complies with Standing Order number 98. And mark you, Standing Order number 98, 4 says that we still have a discretion. We can say, okay, the matter is sub judice, but in these circumstances, for example, somebody can get an order of conservative order and then let the matter to stay there. he can have the matter heard in 10 years. In the meantime, the county is suffering because we are not making a decision. So I think we need that balance fairly. But I would hate a situation where any piece of paper, and I think there are many orders that have been made by speakers that, you cannot bring a piece of newspaper here and use it as proof. And you cannot do that in the courts also. So I am with you, Senator Kajwang, but I think we are not there yet. I think you're jumping the ship. Thank you.
Very well, Senior Counsel, Senator Orengo. You've said what I was trying to say in many words. I cannot be the one who sits here to preside over this house trying to manufacture an injunction against itself, which is not there, because in the first place, there's no injunction against the Senate. As we speak, there's no injunction served on us. So I am a lawyer, and I write so many letters. And my letters are just letters. So you cannot bring a letter here and say, this letter says there is a court order. That's not the order. That's not the court order. It's a lawyer's letter. And I cannot be the one to preside here over Senate trying to look for ways of injecting itself. In any case, as Senior Counsel James Orengo has said, we are of the opinion, and we have ruled before, that the sub judice rule is not absolute on Senate. It's not. So it has been, the sub judice matter has been used by people who are fishing for alternative sources of comfort to actualize the agenda. So please, there's no injunction against the House. And even if there was, we'll still have to determine ourselves whether to proceed or not in accordance with the law and the standing orders. Finally, I'll allow Senator Olekina, you are concluded? Okay, thanks. Yeah, Senator Wetangula, and then we close this matter. We need to go to the next order, please.
I had not intended to listen to Senator Kajwang. Mr. Speaker, you've said it so succinctly well, supported by Senator Orengo. Mr. Speaker, this House or any House like this will cease to exist if you sit there as a Speaker or any one of us is out there looking all over to see if there's an injunction coming before we discuss any matter. We can't do that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the matter before us is whether we are going committee route or plenary. I don't share the school of thought that committee route is better than plenary. It's just an option that we have taken. Because when we sat here to try the late governor of Nyeri as plenary, Mr. Speaker, I think we dispensed tremendous justice to the late Kashagwa, and we acquitted him. So there are two options we have. The leadership has taken the route of the committee. It's a good process. If we took the plenary, it's equally good. But I want to finish, Mr. Speaker, by saying this. The separation of powers in this jurisdiction and any other comparable jurisdictions is a matter each arm of government must protect and must fight for it. C.B. Madan, when he was our Chief Justice, Mr. Speaker, said, when you sit in a position of authority, you must look for your jurisdiction, even where it's limited, to expand it. You don't shrink it by looking for what is coming your way when you are dealing with something, Mr. Speaker. So I want to urge, Mr. Speaker, that this House should never, ever allow itself to be injuncted. What is open to the courts out there, Mr. Speaker, is to strike out what we have passed and say this law is contrary to public morals, this law is unconstitutional, or this law is this and that. But they cannot and will never, and woe unto us as a House, if we ever sit here and say, before we do anything, is there an injunction at the door? Then we'll cease being a House, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Well put. Senator Ayako, I'll give you 2 minutes to finish for us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to state clearly that I'm in support of this motion. Mr. Speaker, this House is about fairness and it's also about justice. The fairness we are talking about is procedural fairness, and this motion kickstarts the process of procedural fairness. I'm sure at the appropriate sitting there will be time for substantive justice, which all of us should be able to deliver. So I'm in support of the setting up of the select committee, because a select committee would be efficient, would be timely, and would be able to meet the strict timelines that is required, as opposed to a plenary that would take more time and perhaps be difficult when it comes to processing evidence. Now, lastly, Mr. Speaker, you have stated very clearly that there is no injunction against the Senate. I believe what our colleagues have been saying, Senator for Homa Bay and Senator for Taita Taveta, is a matter that is in court. It regards different parties. It's not about the Senate. And you have rightly said that even if it was about the Senate still has to exercise its own authority. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for being a champion and defender of the Senate. We appreciate that, because when you defend the Senate, we feel defended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Thank you, Senator Chiloyako. Senator Maruma, you want to speak?
Yeah, asante Mheshimiwa Speaker. Ile ambayo nilikuwa nayo na shauku na mambo nimesikia mengi, kwa sababu shauku yangu ilikuwa nakuja kwa sababu ya ile inaitwa kwa kizungu terms of reference ya kamati. Lakini vile nimeelewa ni kwamba ile kamati tunayounda saizi itasikia maswala yote kuanzia hali ya impeachment ya county assembly na vile walifanya mpaka mwisho. La haula, wakisema kwamba wanaanzia na yale maswala ambayo yamewekwa katika mjadala peke yake bila kuangalia huko nyuma, basi kuna wananchi ambao tunawawakilisha ambao hawatakuwa wamesikizwa. Ndio maana nafikiri rafiki yangu Senator Cheriot amesema kwamba natetea upande fulani. Mimi sitetei upande wowote, lakini kuna wananchi ambao walimchagua yule gavana, na ni wale wananchi ambao walimchagua wale MCAs. Je, wao gavana alisikizwa? Na wale wananchi pia walisikizwa? Maana sheria kuna hali ya kuleta maoni yao ili kujua kwamba wananchi wenyewe wako na gavana ama wako na upande wa MCAs, kitu ambacho hakikufanyika. Kwa hivyo nafikiri wakati kamati imeanza kazi, hao watu wote watapewa nafasi ili walete maoni yao. Ndio ilikuwa shauku yangu hiyo. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Well done. Thank you, Senator. Mover, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the honorable senators for their wonderful contributions. Mr. Speaker, there was a pending matter about report of the committees, whether they can be debated even if they don't indict the governor. Mr. Speaker, I believe that because the chair of the devolution committee is here and there were other processes of finding solution, that report is very important. We can make it a motion thereafter to debate the issue. Number two, Mr. Speaker, is that there should be no struggle with our colleague, Senator Maruma, whether he's representing the county assembly or county executive. He represents both of them. And practice has been that from our former colleagues who have had this situation come from their counties, and I want you to sit with some of them, is that they have taken a passive role, including even in the final voting, abstaining from voting, just because they are the ones who are looking for solution to ensure that both sides of the county find a solution in what they are dealing with. And Mr. Speaker, I agree entirely with Senator Orengo, Senator Wetangula, yourself, among others, that as a House, we must not use the jurisdiction of this House, the integrity of this House, the mandate of this House. We cannot mortgage it, Mr. Speaker, to achieve short-term political interest of assisting this one or that one. when it comes to our mandate and our jurisdiction, and Mr. Speaker, our responsibility, we must be, and I am very grateful to the members of Senate Business Committee because that was the discussion even in the Senate Business Committee, and I can reveal it here because a committee chaired by yourself, that the most important issue is to take a route that safeguards the integrity of the Senate and safeguards the integrity of this House and Parliament itself, so that when history will be written, Mr. Speaker, it will be said that we stuck to the fidelity, we had fidelity to the law, but also, Mr. Speaker, to the integrity of the institution and its history. Because we are talking about us here, and it looks like it's a small matter. But 10 years down the line, senators who will be standing here, Mr. Speaker, will be going back to that history and asking themselves when there were court orders. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, even if someone was to now go and get another order, Mr. Speaker, to come and injunct Parliament process, Mr. Speaker, I still respectfully submit that the Senate must go through all its process, Mr. Speaker, make a finding. Since we are not passionately interested in removal of the governor or safeguarding him to be there, ours is just to ensure that we have worked on the process and the truth. Then if the courts out there say, okay, the final product of the Senate is not, Mr. Speaker, acceptable under the Constitution and the law, so be it. And there are many other orders that have been issued, not just against us, against the products of this House and the National Assembly, which is the law, the reports, and reports have been expunged, laws have been declared unconstitutional, and so forth. What's important is for us to be faithful to the process and to the mandate of this House. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, Leader of Majority. I want to commend both yourself and the Minority Leader for great leadership in steering and helping to explain to the rest of the House some of the legal and institutional issues around, and also thank Senator Wetangula for the legal input. Those who are looking for justice, this is the place they'll find it. So I'm very certain, as from where I sit, the governor of Taita Taveta County, the county assembly, and all the other parties will find justice here. And finally, just to repeat, the issue of subjudice, we have made a detailed ruling in the past on subjudice, and I'm willing to expand even a little further if requested at some point, because that is the rule that they can only hang on that rule. This House is not answerable to any other arm of government, period. Period. It's as simple as that. The same way the other arms of government are not subservient to us, but we respect the other arms of government, especially the judiciary. We have tremendous respect for the judiciary. We are officers of the court ourselves, and we respect them, but they should reciprocate as well. Thank you very much. I now put the question, and this is a vote by acclamation. I now put the question that whereas pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution and Section 33 of the County Governments Act 2012, on 9th October 2019, the County Assembly of Taita Taveta approved a motion to remove from office by impeachment the Governor of Taita Taveta County, and further, whereas by letter reference number TTCA CS 7 Volume 1 085 dated 9th October 2019, received in the office of the Speaker of the Senate on Friday 11th October 2019, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Taita Taveta informed the Speaker of the Senate of the approval of the motion of the County Assembly, and further forwarded to the Speaker of the Senate documents in the evidence of the proceedings of the Assembly. And whereas pursuant to Section 33 3B of the County Government Act 2012 and Standing Order 75 1B of the Senate by resolution may appoint a special committee comprising of 11 of its members to investigate the matter. Now therefore, pursuant to Section 33 3B of the County Government Act 2012 and Standing Order 75-1B, the Senate resolves to establish a special committee comprising the following senators: Senator George Kaniri, Senator Jero Ndwiga, Senator Ochilo Ayako, Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, Senator Charles Kibiro, Senator Boniface Kabaka, Senator Dr. Lelegwe Lumbesi, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka, Senator Faria Ali, and Senator Canon Naomi Wako to investigate the proposed removal from the office of the Governor of Taita Taveta County and to report to the Senate within 10 days pursuant to Standing Order 75-2 of its appointment on whether it finds the particulars of the allegations to have been substantiated. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Thank you, Senators. We'll now go to the motion appearing in as order number 8. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Commendation of Eliud Kipchoge and other Kenyan athletes for their outstanding performance.
Senator Aaron Cheruiyot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion. Commendation of Eliud Kipchoge and other Kenyan athletes for their outstanding performance. Aware that marathon world record holder Eliud Kipchoge wrote his name into history books by becoming the first man to run a marathon in under 2 hours on Saturday, the 12th of October 2019 in Vienna, Austria. Further aware that Brigid Kosgei broke the 16-year marathon world record for women to become the new women's world marathon record holder during the 2019 Chicago Marathon held on Sunday, the 13th of October. Recalling the stellar performance by Kenyan athletics team that participated in the IAAF World Athletic Championship held in Doha, Qatar from the 27th of September to 6th October 2019, where the team won 5 gold, 2 silver, and 4 bronze medals and emerged in the second position out of 206 participating countries. Cognizant that Kenya has earned international respect in athletics over the years, courtesy of the hard work and stellar performance by our athletes in both on and off-field events, which has brought us together as a country and encourage cohesion in line with our national anthem. Now, therefore, the Senate commends Mr. Eliud Kipchoge for his history-defining feat of achieving 1:59 target to run a full marathon. B, Ms. Brigid Kosgei for her excellent performance in Chicago Marathon 2019 and specifically for breaking the women's world record. And C, Kenyan athletics team that participated in IAAF World Athletics Championship held in Doha, Qatar from 27 September to 6 October 2019 for their stellar performance. Mr. Speaker, last weekend was an extremely proud moment for us as a country. That for a whole weekend, Kenya as a nation dominated the world news. And all over the globe, actually, everybody in perhaps almost every gathering of people that appreciate sports and what it is, at least had a thing or two to say about Kenya. Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that on that beautiful Saturday morning in Vienna, when Eliud Kipchoge did something that no other human being has ever done in history before, close to 2 billion people across the globe sat down to watch him and cheered him on as he achieved this momentous feat. Mr. Speaker, we have seen further that across social media and other avenues, he has received commendation and praise from former heads of states, Nobel laureates, celebrated sports people from across the globe. And each time they do that, Mr. Speaker, the name of Kenya is held in high honor, Mr. Speaker. The least we could do as a country is to at least, first of us, those of us who are in this parliament, is to, one, celebrate this 3 group of gallant athletes, Mr. Speaker, one, Eliud Kipchoge for what he achieved. Secondly, Bridget Kosgei breaking a 16-year-old record. For 16 years, various athletes have tried actually to bring down this record that was held by the British Paula Radcliffe, but they were unable to do it. And finally, a Kenyan actually put a great performance just a day after another Kenyan had dominated the world news in terms of sports and broke this 16-year-old record. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the third lot that you're celebrating is a team that we sent to Doha to represent us in the IAAF World Championship. 206 countries meeting, and Kenya finishes second. That is no mean achievement, Mr. Speaker. The question that we should be asking ourselves, Mr. Speaker, is what is it that you are doing as a country? What is it that you are doing as a leadership to ensure that this great performance continue to be celebrated, that there are many other Eliud Kipchoges, that perhaps because of the dilapidated nature of our sports arenas across the country, Mr. Speaker, they are not able to thrive. And it's not only in athletics, Mr. Speaker. We are talking about the same in football. We are talking about the same in basketball, handball, and all sorts of discipline, Mr. Speaker, which unfortunately, because of lack of investment, if you read the last few years' budget, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Sports gets the least allocation. Yet, if there is an industry that is so capable of earning this country more revenue in terms of our athletes going out to conquer the world, the amount of money that Eliud Kipchoge will come back with to this country, Mr. Speaker, is a significant amount. That is investment that has come back to the country of Kenya just by one simple athlete going and doing their imagine. Now imagine if you have 1,000 of such as Eliud Kipchoge, Mr. Speaker. You will not need to be borrowing. We will not be needing to be expanding our debt ceiling to fund the operations of government in this country, Mr. Speaker. Government will be able to at least get something, and there will be significant investment into this country, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I want to urge this House that in the next few months, when we consider the budget policy statement and the fiscal strategy paper, let us at least for once as a House resoundingly say something about the misplaced priority in terms of sports management in this country, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, in the last few years, at least if you watch, say, for example, football, the National Premier League had gotten some semblance of order, Mr. Speaker. And the same was because of what sports betting firms were putting in terms of investment in our national football team. We can argue for or against betting, Mr. Speaker. I am a Christian myself. I have never betted. I do not support the practice. But as a leader, I have to appreciate that different choices go for different people. Therefore, I cannot sit in a public office and say, because I do not agree with the practice of, say, betting and gambling, I want to ban it and destroy a particular industry in its entirety. It is a shame, Mr. Speaker, what has happened to that particular industry. I cry for it, not because I love betting, but because I love sports more. It pains me to read in the newspapers, like was being painted last weekend, that various teams cannot even honor their league matches because all this, the big-time betting firms used to be their main sponsors, but because they are pulled out of business in this country, they are not able to continue. Where will you get the next celebrated Eliud Kipchoge? Where will you get the next Bridget Kosgei if we continue destroying sports? Finally, Mr. Speaker, it is a shame that as we speak today, there is only one stadium that is recognized by FIFA and IAAF where you can do international sports in this country. It's only Kasarani. Nyayo Stadium has been in ruins. We closed down City Stadium, which could have been used. The others in the other regions, like what was supposed to be put up in Eldred, the home of most of these champions for the region, is actually a bush as we speak today, Mr. Speaker. It's a shame, and we cannot continue to speak. Mr. Speaker, you know, of late, some of us have gotten the title that we have acquired the new role of being the young opposition boys in town. It's a role that we take up with great admiration, if that is what it will take to salvage this country from what is happening, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, cognizant of the fact that we are running short of time, and many of my colleagues want to speak to this particular motion, Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it at that and I beg to move and request Senator for Elgeyo Marakwet, who's a senator for one of the gallant athletes actually that we are celebrating, or perhaps even more than one. I only thought about Bridget Koske, who hails from Elgeyo Marakwet, request Senator Kipchumba Murkomen to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senate Majority Leader, Senator Murkomen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will also be brief because of time and to allow also others to be able to make their, Mr. Speaker, their comments. First, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Senator Cheriot for coming up with this motion. Mr. Speaker, in a span of 2 days, actually last weekend, 2 Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, broke barriers. And these barriers, Mr. Speaker, is in the words of Eliud Kipchoge, who becomes the first man ever to run a marathon under 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, is under 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, under 2 hours, Mr. Speaker, under 2 hours. Thank you, Senator Orengo, under 2 hours, is that, Mr. Speaker, human beings must not limit themselves. In fact, Eliud Kipchoge says, show me the limits and I'll go there. Mr. Speaker, it should be us who define what are the limits, and Kenyans are defining the limits. Mr. Speaker, this is a feat that, Mr. Speaker, was quickly followed by Bridget Koske, who is my neighbor back home and whom I represent in this House, Mr. Speaker, being one of the voters in Elgeyo Marakwet County, who broke a 16 years record, Mr. Speaker, of Paula Radcliffe in women marathon in Chicago, one of the hardest courses, Mr. Speaker, in terms of running marathon together with Boston. And, Mr. Speaker, she broke that record by not just seconds, by more than 1 minute, by 80 minutes, Mr. Speaker, by 80 seconds. And, Mr. Speaker, we say this because this is a home of world record holders. David Rudisha in 2012, Mr. Speaker, made this country extremely proud by breaking the 800 meters record, and he still holds that record up to now. We have so many Kenyans who have world records, Mr. Speaker, that are rarely recognized. People like, Mr. Speaker, Moses Kiptanu, who held it for a long period of time until later that record was broken, Mr. Speaker, by Stephen Cherono. We have so many athletes in this country. We have our athletes, Mr. Speaker, like Lawrence Cherono, who won the Mr. Speaker, the Chicago Marathon. We have the gold medalist in Beatrice Chepkoech in 3,000 meters in Doha, Conselsus Kibruto in 3,000 meters steeplechase, Helen Obiri, Mr. Speaker, in 5,000 meters. You have Timothy Cheriot, 1,500 meters, Mr. Speaker, and Ruth Chemgetich in a very difficult condition running marathon and winning gold in Doha. We have so many of them like Margaret Chelimo and Faith Kibieko, who got silver medal, Mr. Speaker. And we have Tirop, Ferguson Cheruyot, Ronex Kibruto, Amos Kibruto, who won, Mr. Speaker, bronze in Doha. These are some of the Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, who make this country proud every week, every weekend. And because, Mr. Speaker, I schooled with some of these people, they are my neighbors, I represent them, Mr. Speaker, you just need to go and live in Eldoret or Iten to try to recognize who are these world champions. And you'll find a simple person joking around along the roads of Iten, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, they are humble, they are simple, they are running their simple lives, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say here that I do not know your office, Mr. Speaker, but I think the House should consider. Mr. Speaker, we have had the only person since we came to this House who has addressed this House, Mr. Speaker, other than the joint address of the House by the President, is, Mr. Speaker, the former Chief Justice, Dr. Mutunga. Mr. Speaker, is it too much for me to request this House that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Eliud Kipchoge, having achieved that rare feat, Mr. Speaker, should be given the honor by this House, and that the Senate Business Committee sit and decide with the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that as soon as possible, with the approval of this House, he be given the opportunity to come and address this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to really note that Mr. Kipchoge has really managed himself. He's run for a long period of time, from 1,500 meters to 5,000 meters to 10,000 meters to running over 8 marathons, Mr. Speaker, and winning all of them except one, where he got silver. We got number 2. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is a man who was of great inspiration. In fact, he has built himself to the extent that he is now one of the most quoted athletes in the world because of his philosophical words, Mr. Speaker, that he manages to speak, even when we saw him in Vienna. And so, Mr. Speaker, if we give him an opportunity to come and address this House, it will be great. The last thing I want to say is that we must ensure that we continue improving sports facilities in the country. But I know I know that there is an accusation that the government has not achieved the study and so forth, but there are some counties who have done a good job. The county of Kakamega, Mr. Speaker, for example.
What's the point of order, Senator Wetangula?
Mr. Speaker, sorry for interrupting my distinguished colleague. Mr. Speaker, knowing the interest that we may have in discussing this matter and the time limit, allow me to move a procedural motion, Mr. Speaker, that pursuant to Standing Order 31.3a and 31.4, the Senate resolves to extend its sitting until the conclusion of business listed as number 8 in today's order paper. And I invite Mr. Speaker, Senator Mwaura to second.
No, you're not on record. You're not on record. I think Senator Mauro was not in record.
Mr. Speaker, I second that we move the motion as, we endorse the motion as moved by Senator Wetangula.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that pursuant to Standing Order 31.3a and 31.4 resolves to extend its sitting until the conclusion of business number 8 in today's order paper. Honorable Senators, I put the question that that pursuant to Standing Order 31.3a and 31.4 resolves to extend its sittings until the conclusion of business number 8 in today's order paper. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Senate Majority Leader.
So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for that. So, Mr. Speaker, I was coming to the conclusion and saying that sports facilities, some counties are trying their best. Like Kakamega County has done a good job in Bugungu Stadium, and we must give them the credit, Mr. Speaker, because I've played football there. It's a very good stadium, Mr. Speaker. Narok County, I've tried. I don't know what the name of their stadium, but in Narok Town, maybe Narok Stadium. Narok Stadium, Mr. Speaker, they have tried. Mombasa County has tried also, Mr. Speaker. There was one stadium I saw by former governor of Kiambu, but Ruiru, Mr. Speaker. Pardon? Yeah, yes, Machakos, Mr. Speaker, correct. Machakos County did a very good job, has one of the best stadiums, Mr. Speaker, that helps in playing football. But in terms of athletics, I agree with Senator Cheriot. There have been counties like my county, Cameroon Stadium tender was awarded. Government has not been able to release the money. It's pending up to now. The contractor has been waiting for payment. Eldoret, Mr. Speaker, Stadium, should have been one of the best stadiums, Mr. Speaker, Kipchoge Stadium. Nandi County, I'm very happy to report here that Eliud Kipchoge, working with Governor Sang, who was a senator here, Mr. Speaker, are now working on the Kipchoge Stadium, Mr. Speaker, in Nandi, which is a fantastic thing because I saw Governor Sang and I spoke with him. He met with some of the sponsors, which includes the INEO sponsor, Mr. Ratcliffe, Mr. Speaker. So some of these things, in fact, the reality, even though government is expected to build this stadia, all over the world, it's the private sector that owns many of the stadiums, Mr. Speaker. And I really ask myself, why should we have big companies like Safaricom, companies like, Mr. Speaker, like Kenya Power, like Kengen, and so forth, and none of them is willing to invest in sports facilities, Mr. Speaker, because we want sports facilities for playing tennis, for basketball, Mr. Speaker, for squash, for all other sports. That so that, Mr. Speaker, this country, we can be able to support all other disciplines of sports, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that if we do so, if the private sector was going to be part and parcel of this process, we're going to make this country a great place. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I think there's a lot for us to learn from these athletes in terms of personal discipline, in terms of commitment, hard work. But also, there's a lot to learn from also some of them who, although have won gold medals, Mr. Speaker, very few have been able to invest the resources they have to have a good business and better life when they get older. Mr. Speaker, one of my friends, Moses Kiptanu, who is a friend of Senator Wetangula, is a very good example. He is one of the few sports billionaires in this country, Mr. Speaker. If you go to Eldoret town and his investments and his discipline, Mr. Speaker, Eliud Kipchoge is also proving to be in that direction, Mr. Speaker. We have a friend of mine called Lorna Kiblagat and a few others. Mr. Speaker, if we can assist these athletes, if there's a way county government can sit with them, so that they are given also education on business, on other things, on communication. When you see if you see what Kipchoge is doing, he's branding himself so well in terms of improved communication. If our athletes can take language lessons, communication lessons, Mr. Speaker, they will be able to brand themselves well globally, and their names can be there for a long period of time, because that's what Terga did. And that's why he's an IOC representative from this country and holding a very important position. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that aware that marathon world record holder Eliud Kipchoge wrote his name into history books by becoming the first man to run a marathon in under 2 hours on Saturday, 12 October 2019 in Vienna, Austria. Further aware that Brigitte Koskei broke the 16-year marathon world record for women to become the new women's marathon world record holder during the Chicago Marathon held on Sunday, 13 October 2019, recalling the stellar performance by the Kenyan athletics team that participated in the IAAF World Athletic Championships held in Doha, Qatar from 27 September to 6 October 2019, where the team won 5 gold, 2 silver, and 4 bronze medals and emerged in the second position out of 206 participating countries. Cognizant that Kenya has earned international respect in athletics over the years, courtesy of the hard work and stellar performance by our athletes in both on and off field events, which has brought us together as a country and encourage cohesion in line with our national anthem. Now, therefore, the Senate commends A, Mr. Eliud Kipchoge for his history-defining feat of achieving the 1 hour 59 minutes target to run a full marathon. B, Ms. Brigitte Koskei for her excellent performance in the Chicago Marathon and specifically for breaking the women's marathon world record. And C, the Kenyan athletics team that participated in the IAAF World Athletic Championships held in Doha, Qatar from 27th September to 6th October 2019 for their stellar performance. Senator Wetangula.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator for Kericho for bringing this motion to this House. Mr. Speaker, I had actually thought of bringing one, but when I spoke to him, he had beaten me to the tape. Being from the place of great runners, he ran faster than me. Mr. Speaker, when Eliud Kipchoge broke the world marathon record, I was watching him from Ghana. I had gone for the burial of Kofi Annan. And Mr. Speaker, I was sitting with Ghanaians, including the former President John Kufuor, as we watched. And each and every one of them felt the pride that Kenyans feel And in fact, President Kufuor asked me, why can this young man become a Ghanaian? He did so well, Mr. Speaker, that anybody could never have helped being proud of him. He's not the first to break a world record. We have the legendary Henry Rono, Mr. Speaker, if you remember, who broke the world record of steeplechase 4 times in 2 months, but degenerated into something else because of lack of proper advice. On Saturday, Mr. Speaker, when Eliud Kipchoge was attempting the first ever sub-2-hour marathon, the commentators on CNN, on BBC, and all international media were comparing Eliud Kipchoge with Neil Armstrong when he stepped on the moon in 1969. That history is about to be made. Neil Armstrong was the first man to land and step on the moon. Eliud Kipchoge is about to do something no human has ever done. And you could see, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the race, the young man was so energetic, so full of power, that he could have done even better if he wished to. We salute him, Mr. Speaker. And hot on the heels of Eliud Kipchoge's feat, Bridget Kosgei, Mr. Speaker, smashes the 16-year-old world record that the legendary Paula Radcliffe had set 16 years ago. Those of us, Mr. Speaker, and I believe my distinguished learned senior, James Orengo, who is also a keen follower of athletics, who saw Paula Radcliffe running, Mr. Speaker, the lady was a powerhouse. She ran her marathons from the front, from beginning to end. And she set a world record at the time, beating Catherine Dereba of Kenya 16 years ago. And she has held this record until this weekend, when Bridget Kosgei broke it and said, Mr. Speaker, that she's going to break it even more. And from the stamina I saw, she will break it even more. On the same day, Mr. Speaker, in Chicago, a Kenyan, whose name I can't quite remember, also won the men's marathon. Although it was breathtaking because he defeated the Ethiopians by 1 second, but he still won. Previously, Mr. Speaker, we had seen in Doha, there is a girl called Helen Obiri. Whoever saw her finishing her race in 10,000 meters, Mr. Speaker, we were in a place in my count of Bungoma, and the entire social place became aflame in the manner in which Helen Obiri finished her race. Mr. Speaker, what is lacking in this country is not athletes or great athletes. Successive governments, Mr. Speaker, and this is not just an indictment to the current government, have completely neglected the successes of our athletes. We have left our athletes, even Eliud Kipchoge. Eliud Kipchoge used to be just a pace setter for people like Douglas Wakihuri and others. But he metamorphosed into a legendary runner because of stamina, because of discipline, and above all, Mr. Speaker, because I believe of his moral and religious background that I've since been following. Mr. Speaker, like Senator Murkomen said, I have a friend called Moses Kiptanui. When he was breaking world records, he was a very close friend to a young person I had employed in my law firm called Donald Kipkorir. And he used to visit my offices regularly, and we became friends. We meet every other evening when I'm in Eldoret. He has maintained such a high standard of discipline, Mr. Speaker. He's a successful businessman. He's a coach to young athletes. He's a mentor to young athletes. and he's always walking in the shadow of the legendary Kipchoge Keino, who is a success in his own right. Mr. Speaker, when I was the Minister for Foreign Affairs of this country, I started a policy of acknowledging and appreciating athletes. I gave a diplomatic passport, Mr. Speaker, to a girl called, this girl who won the jackpot from Nandi, Jeb Koskei. I gave her a diplomatic passport and advised Mr. Speaker then that when our athletes go out, like now Bridget Kosgei, like Moses Kiptanui then, like now Kipchoge, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should give them protocol officers to help them in passing through immigration, in helping them, even talk to the media when they finish. I remember, Mr. Speaker, it's laughable, but it is because of lack of training. One Kenyan girl, after winning a marathon in the US, she was asked, how did you manage to beat everybody? She said, I was just running, and I kept running, and God came into me, and I kept running, and then I won. Mr. Speaker, it's just because she has not been trained to handle the media in such an international glare. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has a duty, Mr. Speaker, to help these young Kenyans, train them. You can imagine when Kipchoge won and broke this record, Obama tweeted about him, Obama talked to him, the President of Kenya talked to him, many other dignitaries talked to him. These are the real ambassadors of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Not those who eat caviar and drink wine and whiskey and champagne every evening in unknown places. These are the real ambassadors of our country who go out there carrying our flag. I was very impressed in Vienna, Mr. Speaker, when Eliud Kipchoge broke the world record earlier on in Berlin. Immediately finished, he was handed over a flag of BMW, a motor vehicle manufacturing company in Germany, to wear and run around with. Ask, where are the Kenyans? We have an embassy in Berlin. We have an ambassador in Berlin. I'm sure he has Kenyan flags in his office. He couldn't go there to receive Kipchoge, Mr. Speaker. So Kipchoge was looking embarrassed running around with the BMW flag on his back. But in Vienna, it was different. For the first time, I saw a leading athlete being received at the finishing line by his family. His wife was there. By our deputy president, he was there with a Kenyan flag. And Kenyans were there cheering on. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge, because I'm sure my colleagues want to speak to this, that we need to formulate a policy. Don't leave these things, Mr. Speaker, to Kenya Athletics Association, to whatever. Those are run by criminal cartels. For them, these young athletes are an instrument of making money. You remember, Mr. Speaker, the scandal in Rio, where Kenyan athletes who are going to get medals for Kenya flew economy. The officials of Kenya Athletics were flying first class, and their families. When they go to Rio, Mr. Speaker, our athletes were being given a daily stipend of $50. The athletics managers were getting $1,000 a day. One was even arrested with athletics uniform for our athletes that should have been used in Rio. He was keeping in his house in Nairobi. So we need, Mr. Speaker, to formulate a law. And I think, Senator Cheriot, let's sit down and formulate one and bring to this house and let it go to the other house to acknowledge our athletes, to protect our athletes, both from the local managers of athletics and the international agents that pry on our athletes. Because you'll find that sometimes when an athlete earns 50 million shillings, more than half goes to an agent. So we also need to protect them on that. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you have been seeing cartoon strips in the papers, a taxman from KRA waiting with a hammer for Kipchoge to arrive with his money so that they can slice off what he has earned. When this kind of success is registered, Mr. Speaker, we should even give these athletes tax breaks. The money that they have earned after running so hard, They should not come here and we start taxing them, Mr. Speaker, when all the rich people in this country are evading tax every day. We shouldn't allow that, Mr. Speaker. I salute Eliud Kipchoge. I salute Bridget Kosgei. I salute our team in Doha. And I salute all our other teams, Mr. Speaker, but urge that whatever we formulate as policy and law, we should also look at now those heroes who fell by the wayside, like my friend Henry Rono, who broke a record 4 times in 1 month or 2 months and ended up washing cars in the US because there was nobody to mentor him, there was nobody to guide him, there was nobody to protect him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support.
Senator Maura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important motion, and I want to really appreciate Senator Cheroyot for having thought through to come and actually have as honor this great Kenyan. Because as Nelson Mandela said, that everyone can rise above the circumstances and achieve success if they are dedicated to and are passionate about what they do. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the case of Eliud Kipchoge, he has really made us very proud as a country, so much that many Kenyans can say, despite all the problems, I am proud to be a Kenyan. There is nobody who has put us in the world map in recent history from whatever extraction than Eliud Kipchoge has done. And he provides us with very vital lessons about human excellence. Mr. Speaker, I really want to congratulate the PR team around Eliud Kipchoge because they were able to inform us and they were able to turn our attention to him. And we were very well taken minute by minute on what was going to happen, and we were all waiting. I think everybody, wherever they were, in fact, I remember even seeing on social media, people are saying, all our eyes are in Vienna, waiting to see what's going to happen. But I think also it's because of that feeling that maybe he was not going to make it. It was more about our own self-doubt that this could not be achievable. You know, and I think that is the problem of ourselves as human beings, and of course we can even say even from ourselves in Africa. Now, I would want to serenade and to celebrate Eliud Kipchoge as an individual, but also as a team, because we see from his strategy of winning, he had people who are called pace setters. You know, these are 41 seasoned marathoners, both men and women, who formed a V shape so that he could not be affected by the wind and so that he would be slowed down. And they became very selfless about this win and made sure that it was Kipchoge's moment, you know. And that really, that gives us a very good lesson about leadership. There is a science around it. It is not just, as Senator Wetangula was saying, somebody just rushing and ending up at the finishing line, not knowing how they found themselves there, but they went there very fast. It's about the art. Because there was a target, it was very well conceptualized, they had a strategy, and they executed it very, very well. And it tells us that even us as leaders, even if we are the vision bearers, even if we are the ones carrying the mantle, even if we are the titular heads, that we must have a team behind us, and not just a team. It should be a team of seasoned individuals if we are to deliver the vision that we carry. And I think that is very, 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 very important, even applying as leaders in any other field. That's a lesson that for me, I learned. And also in the same way that this team made sure that Eliud Kipchoge did not lose the tempo, you know, that he maintained the tempo throughout. That means if you have a team, you have to ensure that they are able to they keep you on your toes. It's not just about, leading. In fact, Nelson Mandela, again, I quote him, he says that leading is actually putting people in front and making them feel that they're in charge. but actually you are the one calling the shots. That's exactly what he says. So when you maintain the tempo, the team helps you to move forward. You know, that again, I think is a very important issue that actually comes out very well. And then they never allowed, they never moved out of the formation at any given point. That V-shaped formation around him, they never moved, they never got distracted. So it talks about that unity of purpose. You know, so really Kipchoge, Mr. Speaker, provides us with that very good opportunity to have very good lessons that can be applied for the benefit of the development of our society. But also, Mr. Speaker, I think Eliud Kipchoge is a Kenyan, but where did he go to get his glory? I mean, he went to get his glory in Vienna, Austria. And Julius Nyerere speaks about the issue of the inheritance of the African state. And why am I saying the African state? Because this African state is what we are trying to govern now, Mr. Speaker. And the African state is inherited from the Westphalian model that is coming from an individual contractual society and the nuances inherent in that very formation. But then an African is an individual within some kind of a fellowship, you know? We are collegiate. So that if, for example, Eliud Kipchoge runs, Kenyans, some of them will interpret and say, that's a Kalenjin running. Because that's how we are anyway. It's not a mistake, it's the truth. So when we talk about, you know, why did it not happen in Kenya, Mr. Speaker? Why did it have to be at the lawns of Austria, Vienna? Could we also have made up this within our communal society? Is he actually a product of the success of the individual contractual society and the support of INEOS and the other team around him? So those are some of the questions that we need to ask ourselves. And really, just as other speakers have said, why is it, Mr. Speaker, we do not have a national stadium for our athletes? A national monument. I mean, we have Nyayo, we have City, we have all of those, but they are for football. I mean, we are not very good at football, at least not until maybe we make it to the World Cup, I don't know. But for athletics, this is our niche. And I thank God for this. Because when you look at the recent games, we are always we are just next to superpowers, like USA, like Russia. Those are the people we compete. And when people like Qatar and other people, you know, poach our people and give them some Islamic names that I don't know whether they're very comfortable with. But eventually, anyway, it's okay, it's fine. But we compete. That is what God has given us to leverage. But we have not used it to market the country. You see, other people see it as a big thing. I remember hearing the former President George W. Bush, when he was actually in power, and he was asked who was his hero. And he said Paul Tergat. Can you imagine? Paul Tergat was the hero of the most powerful president of the world. And you can see now the connection, the rise of the African man, that actually Eliud Kipchoge, when he speaks, he speaks with a lot of inspiration, and who resonates with him? The first person to become the black president, African-American president in America, Barack Obama. Again, our son. And I think, Mr. Speaker, some of these things are speaking to something, that we still have a lot of untapped potential. For example, if you go to New York, let me give an example, because I was there recently. What do they sell to you as toys and whatever? Is a car of the police, NYPD, is about the Empire State Building, is about, but do we have that kind of paraphernalia to even sell to our tourists over and above the Masai man and the giraffe and what have you? Can we marketize this? You know, if you look at Los Angeles, I mean, all those places, they have actually built their economy around entertainment. You know, look at country music. You know, in America, when you go to those jurisdictions or those areas, that is what they sell. You know, riding on chariots and listening to country music. But then, I mean, I'm sure many of us may have been asked by some people that when you go out there, people think even you can run, even if you have a big pot belly. Anyway, what I mean is this: have we taken the advantage, Mr. Speaker, of ensuring that then we sell ourselves as a country of runners, you know? Because it has been consistent. It has been consistent. So, Mr. Speaker, we have an opportunity to leverage on this win, to market our country. Africa is rising. By the year 2050, we'll be 2 billion people. By the year 2100, 1 in every 4 people in the world will be an African. But then we're asking, is somebody going to eat our lunch? Because if you look at all the people who went to celebrate, they left the money in Vienna. I mean, it didn't come to us here. It didn't build our economy. So we have to have a real look, and also to look, we cannot be expecting to do the same things and expecting different results if our structures are not working. May we change them? If, for example, now we are going to Jamhuri Day, are these the people that we are going to be seen given order of the Golden Heart? Are they the ones who are going to be given order of the Burning Spear or whatever other, decoration? Because it is not really about, long-term success, really. It's about also the fact that this individual has also given us an opportunity, to shine globally. And Nelson Mandela, again, and as I conclude, says very well clearly, that if you allow your light to shine, it also encourages other people to also have their lights to shine. So today here, as we speak, we are very proud as senators because Eliud Kipchoge has given us the opportunity to also feel that also we can change. So, Mr. Speaker, with many, many remarks that I have said, I would want really to congratulate Eliud Kipchoge. I do not even want to compete in the same space with others who have won, and I want to congratulate them. But I think I want to say that this is a golden opportunity for us. It gives us time to retrospect. I was very proud to see President Uhuru Kenyatta making that call to Eliud Kipchoge, and I hope that does not just become a buzz, does not just become a buzz around the issue and then we forget, because these are some of the opportunities, Mr. Speaker, that are going to help Africa to leapfrog itself forward into the future, even when it has been left in the past because of the many years of lack of organization around the nation state. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Senator Orengo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to commend the senator from Kericho for bringing this very important motion in which we are celebrating our own sons and daughters. Mr. Speaker, Eliud Kipchoge is no longer just a champion. I think he's become a phenomenon. I can even say that he's rising to be a great statesman by his utterances whenever he speaks during before or after winning races. Mr. Speaker, I say that he's a phenomenon because as I traveled last week, almost everywhere I went, people were talking about Eliud Kipchoge even before the race. In fact, outside Kenya or East Africa, probably Eliud Kipchoge will probably be the best known Kenyan in the world at the moment. I was surprised in Brazil when I told somebody, in fact, we were a group of Kenyans, when you introduce ourselves as Kenyans, the first thing they asked us about is whether or not Kipchoge was going to break, the 2-hour barrier. And not only that, that particular person seemed to know many Kenyan athletes. And I am therefore very, very happy about the feats and achievements of these great men and women from Kenya who, wherever they go, in Chicago, in Vienna, and in Doha, do us proud as they have done. Mr. Speaker, some of us were a little disappointed when the International Athletic Federation said that they would not recognize, the feat established by Eliud Kipchoge. But I'm saying, Eliud Kipchoge he's become so good that he's not racing against fellow humans, because that he has done many times. He has proven himself. He has proved that actually you can race against time and win. And he won that race against time. And I hope that some of us also, in fighting the various problems we have in the country, will not just fight in order to resolve those problems, but always have the issue of time at our back, because time never waits. But Kipchoge proved that in instances where the human excels, time can actually stop because nobody believed he could make it in under 2 hours, and he did. The other thing that Mr. Speaker, that I wanted to say about these great Kenyans, if I just read the names of Kenyans who are in Doha, many. Emmanuel Kipkorir, Ngeno Kipkentich, Emmanuel Korir, Ferguson Rotich, Timothy Cheriot, Faith Kipchengetich, Winnie Chebet, Conselas Kipruto, Leonard Bet, Benjamin Kigan, Abraham Kibiwot, Beatrice Chepkoech, and I can go on and on and on and on. What I'm simply saying, when we allow competence to reign supreme, then we do very well. I mean, in Vienna or in Doha, we are not asking for ethnic or regional balance. We simply took the best Kenyans, or gender balance. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. We simply took the best Kenyans for the race, and they won. In fact, now, despite a particular point in time when I thought that the Ethiopians were going to beat us, because the Ethiopians also are good at marathons, where you had the Abebe Bikilas and the Haile Gabriel Selassie and others, many Ethiopians, men and women. And it was always a contest between Kenyans and Ethiopians, and a few times it'd be Eritreans. And then when you had this famous Ugandan marathoner, it was a Kiprotich. So simply what I'm saying is that if you can copy what is happening in the world of athletics, simply taking the best people for the race, and they have shown that they can do it. And they are doing it for Kenya. The only time that we seem to be unanimous that we have great Kenyans out there is when these young men and women do us proud by simply winning the race. Now, in the world of politics, in the world of public service, we are a disgrace because we never take the best, because I think Kenyans can do better, even in the world of public service, just as they will do very well in athletics. So that is not to take away at all, anything that these great Kenyans have done and make us celebrate across the country. Like Senator Wetangula was talking about Bridget Kosgei, that lady called Radcliffe. There was a time when it was thought, that record could never be beaten because it stood for a very long time. And Bridget has now said, hardly 2 days after she broke the record, that she's going to break her record. And I'm sure Eliud Kipchoge is going to break his record. These are people who aim for the sky. The sky is the limit for them. And in this world of competitive world, they will continue to put Kenya's name high up amongst the community of nations. Mr. Speaker, I would just want to conclude by saying there is something that needs to be done about our athletes, our sports people. In fact, by winning these so many races, there is no reason why Kenya by now has not hosted one of these major world events, because just by mentioning these names, and the many times they've been successful, if we were moving with them at the same pace, we should be having a world-class stadium in the city of Nairobi or in Eldoret or in Kisumu, wherever we think it is right to have it. But we seem to celebrate their successes, but in terms of action, we seem to be doing very little. I hope that in recognition of what our sportsmen and women are doing, the government is going to wake up and have high-class, athletics stadia all over the country, although this was promised during the 2017 elections about the many stadiums and world class, people don't talk much about them anymore. But it's never too late. I think it's high time that this was done in recognition of what our sportsmen and women are doing. And they're not just doing it once, it is constantly and in every part of the world. It doesn't matter how high the place is, how low it is, whether it is in the south or the north, they continue to break records and break many records many times over. We should take the example of a country like Jamaica. Jamaica just decided to go for talent, particularly in the short races, the sprints. The sprints used to be dominated by the United States of America. And now a small country like Jamaica, year in, year out, was competing with the country with the best resources in the world. There was a time in Eastern Germany, although it is rumored or is alleged that they were using certain drugs and so on, but by the state taking a direct interest and starting to train people early, like this young lady called Biles in the United States of America who started gymnastics, I think, at the age of 8. By age 23, she has broken so many records, and she's going beyond even her age because she was properly prepared, and trained while still very young. And facilities continue to be there for her to best her records. Now imagine Eliud Kipchoge at this age is still breaking records. If he had facilities at a very, very early age, because I think he's a self-made man. It's not the environment or the facilities that they were there, as Moses Wetangula has explained, how he was a pace setter for other athletes. But imagine these facilities were there, and those facilities were accessible. We would be winning many more races as a country. And therefore, again, in conclusion, thanks to Senator Cheriot for bringing this, making me feel like a Kenyan. Sometimes I don't quite feel it when things go wrong, when leadership is corrupt, when leadership is undecisive, when leadership is lost for direction, when leadership has no passion, and it's not principled. I like Senator Mwaura a lot because you quote Nyerere and Mandela, because there was some kind of vision. These athletes are beating us at having a vision that, the impossible is possible. And this country, as Kenya, we can make the impossible possible. And athletics alone can bring this to us. In the desert now in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, they're making, first-class facilities for people to compete. There's athletic tourism in the Middle East now. Horse racing, car racing, and we see what happened in Doha. The world is looking the other direction. Why is Kenya not the center of gravity insofar as world athletics is concerned? It's because we are not putting our investment where we need to do it in order to, be amongst the very best in the world. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Faria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this motion, and I support the motion. And I also wish to thank Senator Arion Cheriot for bringing this motion, because it's a very important motion that we need to debate. Mr. Speaker, in a very long time, when Eliud Kipchoge won that race, Mr. Speaker, the whole country was united, Mr. Speaker. And I think for this country to develop and progress, we need such things that keep on uniting us, because this country has a lot of potential that can benefit from unity of of Kenyans as a whole, because everybody was united on that moment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Eliud said said beyond limit. And this has also been beyond imagination, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this house, as we always like to say, is the house of wisdom, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I think we need to bring a law or at a minimum regulation to ensure that athletes' winning is properly invested, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, our athlete or any other athlete for that matter, time is limited. It's up to a certain age that they can compete and they can win, Mr. Speaker. If they are winning day in, day out, Mr. Speaker, it's wasted and goes down the drain, and they die, or they die in poverty, wallow in poverty in their future. Mr. Speaker, that is so unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I think Senator Aaron or anybody else should work on that bill like yesterday, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that our other house will be wise enough to ensure that that bill passes very quickly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the winning for these athletes not only secure their future, Mr. Speaker, it is also an economic growth for this country, Mr. Speaker, because when an investment, people invest properly, Mr. Speaker, there is a revenue that is generated, Mr. Speaker, for that in terms of not the winning that they have immediately, and it is taxed. I also agree with Senator Wetangula that the winning should be tax-free, because this country, these athletes are our ambassadors, so that anything that they win should not be taxed. But if the investment of this athlete is properly invested, Mr. Speaker, there will be enough profit generated by that investment, Mr. Speaker, to give proper revenue to the government, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that is where we should focus, not the immediate winning of these people, Mr. Speaker. If other countries give, we always give investors who come and invest, like, EPZ and all these other people, when they come, we give them tax breaks and all that. Why don't we transfer that to our athletes, Mr. Speaker, instead of, limiting them by taxing them and in the end, discourage them, Mr. Speaker. And then the other thing is that, Mr. Speaker, it breaks my heart to see great men and women of this country who have done our country proud, and by winning all the time, and the way we get emotional about Kenyan winning, we are all in it, Yet, same people, wallow in poverty, and their future is never secure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I wanted to bring to this House is the issue around the way India has distinguished itself in terms of medical tourism. Mr. Speaker, Kenya can become, somewhere the whole world looks up to for training. So that, because our weather, there must be something about our weather or our training, or, we have a region that produces the best all the time. Mr. Speaker, we can have athlete tourism in this country, and that can go far if we invest enough, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in terms of, we have seen that Senator Nyamunga and I sit and also Senator Aaron sit in Finance Committee, and we have seen the revenue of this country, both in terms of counties and the country dwindling, Mr. Speaker, with as the years go by. Mr. Speaker, that can be reversed, Mr. Speaker, only if we not only create proper, regulation or laws that guide the investment for investors, but also, Mr. Speaker, the amount of people that can be employed, Mr. Speaker. The other day we were discussing unemployment in this country. the value chain that is created by sports, Mr. Speaker, if that is why I am urging this, everybody, we can have a situation where it is win for all of us, Mr. Speaker. And that win for all of us is the revenue generated instead of this athlete. Instead of making Kenya Breweries a very rich institution, because the athletes, once they stop active sports, they start drinking, let us have the investment in the right places so that our... And then this also becomes a motivation, Mr. Speaker, for future upcoming athletes, Mr. Speaker. If there is we can showcase, like the two gentlemen that were mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, if we invest, if these athletes were allowed to invest properly, and Kenyans can show, then that is a career. Like the way, Kenyans cheat exams just to get those A's to take them to medical school or to take them to engineering, then the young Kenyans will actually be encouraged to compete and, to see that having a future that is sustainable for them. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Senator Margaret Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to join my colleagues in congratulating Kipchoge, and I want to thank Senator Cheruiyot for coming up with this motion. Mr. Speaker, it was such a wonderful moment for all of us in Kenya to watch Kipchoge run to the last point and win in a very gallant manner. I want to agree with colleagues that it brought a unity of purpose in this country. When we saw him hold the Kenyan flag, I think all of us had goosebumps because we really felt good about that. I want to congratulate both Kipchoge and Bridget, who were able to put Kenya in the map within 2 days. Mr. Speaker, as we do congratulate them, we need to ask ourselves what role the government of Kenya has played in building our athletes. Coming from Uasin County, where the legend Kipchoge comes from, I know, as we had said earlier, we wanted to recognize Kipchoge with a wonderful international standard stadium, and it has not been realized. This journey of building Kipchoge Stadium started actually when I was a member of parliament, because Kipchoge Stadium is in Eldoret East. But to date, we have not finished it. Now we have a younger Kipchoge who has even done us more good than the senior. And we ask ourselves, even for that recognition, what exactly have we done? I want to thank this House for the bill on the Hall of Fame, because I think that will be another point where we'll be able to recognize these people, name them, write their history, so that somebody can go in and check. And Mr. Speaker, even the Hall of Fame alone will make money for itself, because everybody will want to walk in and see the Kenyans that have been there, including Kenyan musicians, Kenyan footballers, so that this Hall of Fame will actually play a very good role in appreciating them. But going back to the role that the government has played and what we should be doing, sometimes I have a feeling that as a country, we have a low sense of appreciation of human beings. Not just the athletes, but even those who have led in this country and have made a mark. The other day, we saw a very wild debate about whether we should have the founding father of this nation on a note of 100, on the new notes, and you ask yourself, did he sacrifice for this country? Why are we even debating it? We should have been demanding to have him there. But the sense of appreciation has to improve, Mr. Speaker, because I just came from a prayer breakfast in Uganda. And first, the way we were handled was extremely unique. We felt really welcomed, and we were taken care of as honorable members in a very, very special way, courtesy of the Speaker of the Assembly of the Ugandan Parliament. But what struck me most was a footballer called Otieno, who was given an opportunity to address the prayer breakfast. First, because he's a believer, he's a Christian himself. And secondly, because the government of Uganda felt that he has done a great job by scoring. In fact, in his speech, he quickly said, I better inform the Kenyans in the room that I'm Otieno of Uganda, not of Kenya. And we told him, please pack your bags and go home, because there are no Otienos in Uganda. But the sense of appreciation, the appreciation that he was given, you would feel that there is no way he will want to exchange Uganda for any other country. We have had athletes in this country quit the country. We have some who went to Bahrain, and they're called Hussein. We have some who went to Qatar. We have some who have moved. We even have Danish Kenyans. We have Kenyans all over. And why? What are they lacking when they are going? They are going because they are feeling as though they are not well appreciated or they are not taken care of. There is no problem having Kenyan athletes move to other nations and have dual citizenship, and we thank God there is a dual citizenship currently. But we must really look at what we are doing to build our sports, because Kenya has been respected for sports. But you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, that it took an international fan of athletics to recognize that Kipchoge can stretch a little bit more. That because he was short of 10 seconds to win below 2 minutes, 2 hours, that he was ready to put his money on the table and make him win. And the most touching thing that happened is for a non-Kenyan to say, whether you win or not, I'm going to give you this gift. But I want you to win so that the world will know that it is true, you can stretch more. And when he came out with his slogan that no human is limited, all of us were holding our breath and saying, will he break this record that he really believes in or not? But we also, and we watched him, and it came to my realization that really a human being is not limited who trains, who stretches, who works hard. Because as you work hard, things change. And I think that is what the international sponsor was trying to prove to the international community, that actually a human being can stretch. If you reward a child, Mr. Speaker, we know they can do everything for the sake of the father or for the sake of the mother. And we all learned a lot of lessons out of this. But the fact that this young Kenyan was recognized and identified by somebody who is not a Kenyan was even more amazing to me. And that he really believed that he can use him to make the world stretch. We should all be able to stretch. In appreciating these two young ones, these two athletes who made a mark for us in the last week, Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with those who have said we must come up with a clear policy on how to support not just athletics, but sports in this country. We know that our footballers have tried on their own. They have struggled. Sometimes they have traveled without even per diem. And, we have sat and assumed that they can be able to survive on their own. But there are so many things that Kenyans have struggled on their own. Why should they struggle on their own? And yet, when they win, the flag they're carrying is really ours. We should be able to sponsor them. We should be able to train them. We should be able to ensure that they are fully facilitated. Whatever facilities that are required for them to train well. We need to be able to fund that through our own taxpayers' money. Mr. Speaker, I really believe that this Kipchoge win has become an eye-opener for us. And in this very mood, I want to urge Senator Cheruiyot that he moves further and gathers the ideas that we have given him right now, and even moves further so that we recognize these people. One item that must come out in the policies that he's coming up with is this tax waiver that we have discussed for a very long time. If you look at the sportsmen, the athletes that we have, these are people who have come from very poor backgrounds. And yet we are hungrily waiting for them to come in so that we tax. Sometimes it's good to allow them to enjoy 100% of their earnings. Round one, round two, we can actually come up with a policy that you can only be taxed after your third win or the fourth win or whichever. But taxing them from round one seems to discourage even some. And that is why some of them decided, let's belong to other countries where there is no taxation. Mr. Speaker, I know Cheruiyot is writing all the points that we are giving him, and I believe that he's going to come up with a policy that will change this country completely. Because, Mr. Speaker, our future lies on our youth, and we need to give them more avenues than just the book and academic qualifications that we are looking for them. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Senator Rose Nyamunga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to support this motion by the Senator for Kericho, Senator Cheruiyot. And I would like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate our athletes, and more so the recent gains that we have seen in just the last few days. We are very proud of Eliud, Bridget, and Ombiri. As I sat on Saturday, Mr. Speaker, watching, I think the whole day everybody was wondering what time is it starting. You know, we were not even sure what time. Sometimes I thought it was in the morning, or I was not sure of the time. But when I realized that it was in the evening, I was very happy. And even as Eliud competed, I looked at the support team and the way it was done. It was so calculative. And I was wondering, how is he going to surpass these people so that he becomes number one? I don't think my mind was really right. But that's the way I was looking at it. I was very, very proud. And I sat there in disbelief. And it was like, I wish I could just give him extra energy so that he could do even 1 hour and 58 minutes. It was a wonderful experience that Kenyans experienced. And Mr. Speaker, that is one time I realized that as a nation, as Kenyans, we put differences together when it comes to national issues. Because the win for Kipchoge, for Eliud, was not his own win, but it was a win for all of us. And we felt very proud, and many people, it was across board. One thing that we should do as a nation is always to go beyond personal issues or go beyond politics when it comes to such issues. And I've seen it all the time, even when we had the tragedy in Mombasa. I saw the same thing. I saw the whole of this country in Mombasa, and with the family that were grieving. Mr. Speaker, I must say that I want to congratulate our leaders from the Rift Valley. Because if you see the development that is going on in Eldoret, I believe largely it is as a result of these athletes. And if you're looking at the young people coming up in the Rift Valley, they are really watching athletes. And we have seen many young people coming up to join the race. So in sports, we should not be looking at athletes alone. And as a nation, I think we should spend a lot of time and spend money to develop sports. Develop the ministry, develop the sports. Because one good thing about sports is that there is a way it shapes people's minds, and most of the young people. The people who do sports or who are athletes, they are also very disciplined and at a very early age, because you control yourself and you know at what time you should be practicing, how many hours you put into it. So it's a shaping exercise. So I want to urge the Kenya government and all of us that we should put more effort in developing sports, and not only in athletes or football, but I think across, even the women. I know there is nowadays there is women football, which is gaining a lot of popularity. That one, we should also look into it. But Mr. Speaker, what I would like to emphasize on is the fact that I have a bill, and this bill talks about nurturing the natural resources within each county. So now already we can see in Rift Valley, there's a natural resource, and this natural resource is athletes. If you look at other areas, you can get football. So when we are talking of taxes, these taxes, if at all they must be taxed, the taxes should go to the respective counties, because it is earned by the people from such counties. They are not working in Nairobi, so that the national government will be looking for this, should be looking at the tax from the athletes. It is the Rift Valley people, or it is the county people who should be looking at it. So when I say natural resources should be nurtured by the county governments, it is real. And you'll find that in each county, there is a resource. So we should not be looking at the national government alone to produce money, that if the national government cannot produce any money, all the counties shut down. I don't think that's the way forward, and I don't think that's the way we want to run this nation. Just as the national government looks for money and taxes its people, that is the same way we should develop our natural resources. And in Rift Valley, you can easily see that at least is one of the areas that they can be looking into, developing the stadium for them, at the same time nurturing them, spending time with them. Right now, and this weekend I was in the rural, there is football going on, and it is very good. But you know that football is left for the young people to run it on their own. There is no way, and there's nobody supporting them. The county government is not supporting them, nobody is supporting them, but they are expected to compete from the grassroots up to some level, up to the point that you reach the county. But it takes a lot of work for you to move from nowhere to the county level. So these are some of the areas that the county governments should be concentrating on to make sure that they nurture sports and they nurture the young people. If this is done, most of the ills that we see within our communities will not be done. And at the same time, sports, you know, is a unifying thing. It's a unifying factor. Because when you go into inter-counties and then you compete, you get to know each other, you get to appreciate other cultures and other counties, and that one also brings the people of Kenya together. So much as we are talking about sports, we should look at it as, and also looking at engaging the young people, and also issues that we have of alcoholism and drug. This is just as a result of the young people are very, very vulnerable, and at the same time they are free. So any free mind, we all know that will be occupied by somebody else. And then it makes the young people resort to other things that are not necessary for their development or for their future. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to support this motion. And I must say that senators brought it at the right time, because if it went another day further, it would have lost the salt. But it is at the right time. We want to congratulate them wherever they are. We want to wish them very well. And that's a lot of money that our athletes are bringing to this nation. Somebody bringing us something like 400 million, that's a lot of money. And it's not coming from one person. We saw a lot of wins and the gold that our athletes are bringing to Kenya. Really, so we must do it and cut across. And also young people and parents, we want to encourage parents to encourage children, their children to love sports and to be part of sports. It is no longer left for people who could not make it in classrooms, so you try your luck elsewhere. Sports or say football, athletes, anything, it is now as gainful as any other employment, like any other employment. Be it you want to be a doctor or not, you concentrate and you make sure that you excel. The way a doctor will excel, a lawyer would excel, a teacher would excel, that is the same way sports people are excelling. So I thank you so much, Senator, and we want to make sure that you push it forward to make it into a bill, and let's see the gains that we can make as sportsmen of this country, and what else we can do to make sure that the facilities are put in place. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator wako Naomi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important motion, as I also congratulate Senator Cheriot for coming up with this very important motion and very relevant. Mr. Speaker, the weekend really motivated all of us when Eliud Kipchoge united the entire nation in less than 2 hours. Mr. Speaker, I observed and I realized that at least for many years, you know, we have been crying, complaining about the poor economy, about the corruption in our country, about the ethnic clashes, the disasters that has always been there. But within those 2 hours, Eliud helped Kenyans to forget all the problems and the challenges that we have been going through as a nation. And within those 2 hours, he made us one, and we were proud of ourselves. You could feel, you know, the togetherness, the oneness, the joy, the pride of being a Kenyan in what Eliud Kipchoge did. He's the man who has been congratulated by the entire world, recognized, and he made his way to the Guinness Book of Record. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate many Kenyans have only known about Eliud Kipchoge after this very outstanding performance. But Kipchoge has been performing. He has been winning. And many of us as Kenyans have even not known, have not even been talking about him, have not even recognized his effort. But now that the entire world is talking about him, we have also joined the world. What I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that we need to nurture the talents of every Kenyan. Mr. Speaker, we have seen in the past, there are many Kenyans who have made to the Guinness Book of Record. There is somebody who is called Joseph, the love of Kilifi, who milked 5 to 31 liters of milk from 30 cows by hand in 24 hours. And he made history. We also have retired athlete Tekla Rerupe, who currently holds 3 world records. And all these people and others, Mr. Speaker, have sacrificed themselves so that they can make a record and history and make our country proud. Another person, again, is Paul Targat, whom we are all proud of, who has also made his way to the Guinness Book of Record. Mr. Speaker, many athletes have broken the world record. In fact, the outside world is more proud of our athletes than us as Kenyans. So it is high time for us to see how best we can recognize them. We can, you know, encourage them, motivate them, and also see how they can be role models to others, how they can nurture the other young people who want to also make history in life. Sports or other activities are not the only way that people can make history. Mr. Speaker, we have people who are gifted in different ways, and their talents needs to be nurtured. Formulation of policies that can acknowledge our athletes, that can protect them, that can nurture them, is something that we need as early as yesterday. Mr. Speaker, again, when you see our young Kenyans performing, winning, and also creating their own wealth through that, we need to see how their families can be protected. As we have seen, they are all young, Some of them may not even have a lot of experience. They may not even know how to invest. And so, in the area of investment, we need people to nurture them, to see how they can grow and see how they can be able to invest their wealth and continue growing their wealth. Mr. Speaker, we need to also see how Eliud can become a peace ambassador. Through his action, he united Kenyans. We were able to overcome the tribe that, we have always been using in a negative manner. We have all, through that, we have all been united. So we need to nominate him as a peace ambassador so that through what he did at that particular time, then he can also see how he can unite our nation, which has a lot of strength, which God, can use us in many ways to unite our own nation and also the entire world. Mr. Speaker, we also need to see how we can have in our calendar where we can celebrate all the athletes and other people who have made history, so that we can, I know we have Mashujaa Day, but Mashujaa Day has so many people, and we celebrate many people. But we need to specifically talk of the athletes who have made our country to be known worldwide and recognized. Mr. Speaker, I cannot forget Bridget Kosgei, who also made us proud just hours after Kipchoge made history. And that young lady broke the records, after 16 years. We need to recognize that. We need to acknowledge, because they made a lot of sacrifice. They denied themselves so many things in order for us to enjoy their success as Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, we need to also see how best we can recognize the other Kenyans who have made history in their lives. I know of a young Kenyan from Marsabit County, feted as the most outstanding teacher in Saudi Arabia just 2 days ago. A young man who is well known to me. The other Kenyans are not talking about him, but I feel proud about him because he comes from my county. He comes from my village. He comes from the people I know, and one of the young people who have said no to anything that brings him down. So it is high time for us to respect the people who have, sacrificed their time, their talents, and made this country proud. We need to invest in sports so that Kenya can even nurture the others. We can come up with an international academic sports center or athletics center where we have, we bring together all our great performance and request them to train others so that the entire world, because they keep talking about us, they keep, they are proud of us. Many of them would want to be, to enjoy our resources around here. So we can invest so that we can bring others in this country, so that we can train them, we can nurture their talents, and, tell them, yes, in Kenya, we have many good things that can come out of this. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion and say that we would want to see the young people who have made us proud to be recognized, to be nurtured, to be supported, to be protected, because as many of us celebrate their success and see how best we can support them, there are others also who are thinking of how they can, exploit them, how they can snatch, how they can get some few coins from them. Mr. Speaker, we need to protect them, we need to be proud of them, and we need to see how they can pass the skills and nurture others who are looking forward to be great men and women in future. Mr. Speaker, in our country, one of the challenges we have is that we have many young people who are not employed. We can encourage our young people. It is through nurturing that people like Eliud Kipchoge are who they are today. We need in every county where we can start athletics center where young people can be trained, can be nurtured. And I believe we have people who are talented in this, in sports and in athletics, and they can be nurtured and the entire country can enjoy. We are proud of the young people who have made us proud, and I also thank the person who came up with the motion. I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheriot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a plethora of requests from colleagues who would have wanted to contribute to this motion, but given that we went late into the evening, for one reason or the other, they were not able to be here till late. So understanding order number 105, Mr. Speaker, I do request that the debate be adjourned.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the pursuant to standing order number 105, the debate be now adjourned. Senators, the matter does not affect counties. I therefore put the question that pursuant to standing order number 105, the debate be now adjourned. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, it's now 10 minutes past 7 p.m. Time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 16th October 2019 at 2:30 p.m.